Sorry, the pre-stream I didn't kill. Yeah. Okay, let's try that again. Welcome everybody to session 45 of Forgotten Genesis. Who would like to earn an inspiration die for a recap?
So
What the fuck?
we got our
a recap of the session from 2 weeks ago. Last week we did not have a session because there was housework happening here with the landlord, and it got loud enough that I had a migraine at the time and reasonably could not run the session.
Were there any sessions after we got our pet? Okay. So that's where we left off. We got our pet.
There was
did
a hot
fight the
spring session.
Neseo, Venestra, and Piper all went to go and get at least the turtle up and to the beach because we want the shit in it. We fought a monster.
And you got healed.
And meanwhile, y'all discovered Arthur and his body was under the thing, and together we all finished the quest, and a lot of your symptoms were healed. Not all of them, but a lot.
Now I'm going to preface
Avery had a
this.
real emotional moment when he thought he found the answer, but it wasn't. It didn't work quite like it.
Yeah, you gotta finish it.
It's imperfect. There's storyline written there.
You gotta finish it.
Now I'm going to preface this. This is an above the table thing. The looting of the dragon turtle is not just a simple here, let me print out a document thing. The thing is large enough that it is considered a dungeon.
Yep.
That was the initial plan for it when it was quote unquote alive.
Yep.
So, going through this thing and finding what you can find in now its carcass may be a collective endeavor, because it'll take some time.
You would need a map with like loot nodes.
I need light.
Kind of like a dungeon would have treasure, would have kind of spots on the map that have lootables.
Sort of. I've got it in text format here. Since it was conjoined with a combat, it was meant to be kind of like theater of the mind. Here's what you're finding, while everybody on the outside's trying to make sure it doesn't start killing you on the inside.
Joe, rename yourself, please.
Oh, shit.
You're welcome.
I gotta do that from my phone, because, well...
You're good. I figured I'd let you know.
Yeah, while, streamer mode is up and running, it won't allow me to do that manually. Also means that
when you turn it off anymore?
Well, it does, but I'm not gonna go through that song and dance.
Okay.
No.
By the way, Joe, here in about 5 minutes, I will have to get the birdie bird
It's all good.
ready and to bed. So
Do what you gotta do.
just letting you know before I just walk off.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, hey, where's Amber?
What is that?
Well, hello there, chimpanzee.
Change server profile from Merchant and Madcap. Not copy. Edit.
I didn't know we had a monkey in our group.
It's not a monkey. It's from a game.
It sounded like a monkey.
It sounded like a monkey to me.
It's from a game. Like in 1990.
Is there a monkey in the game?
No, there's not a monkey in the game.
Yeah.
In case you want to call it, I think it's Banjo-Kazooie. That's what it is.
There you go. That does not sound like.
That doesn't sound like a monkey anymore.
That's the bird. The witch sounds like oh ha ha oh ho 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 oh ha ha oh. That's what she sounds like.
They make the witch sound like a monkey.
Cause she's kind of like a monkey. Never mind. You need to be nice to people. Don't be mean.
That's a fictional character. It doesn't matter.
Okay. That's
Got a
done.
reputation.
Yep. Okay, good. It updated properly.
I've got a name to oppose.
Wonder if the Steel Series software is fucking with
Fantastic.
me. Everyone's doing kind of the fade in and out.
So get in the water. Get in the water.
I am so glad they put that.
Oh, by the way,
Noise cancellation there, so.
Angel and Nicodemus have not given birth. Reminding you.
Oh, right. Piper and Angel's water broke. That's why the last episode is called A Pop in a Wetness. Because I accurately described to y'all how it feels.
Get the water.
It's not a water I want to get into.
Like, oops, I forgot about that.
Let's love.
All right.
We have the laboring baby.
But yes, last session involved finding a number of things, including the hot spring beneath the grotto that was next to Evergreen Manor. And the hot spring there was not heated by any sort of geothermal vent or sulfurous activity, but by an ancient earthen golden dragon that had long since laid itself to rest, fossilized a little bit farther beneath where that place resided, which, after some deep diving and communicating with spirits present in that area, you found out that apparently that was none other than Arthur Pendragon, likely laid to rest and fossilized around fucking Excalibur. So,
We got the chalice.
Got the chalice. Remind me, so was there any lasting effect to the water yet for Avery?
His wounds were healed. For the most part, your pain is gone.
I remember that was the case when I was in the spring itself. I also remember
now
that.
It's even when you're outside of the spring now.
And she can walk.
It's not a permanent heal. Now, there were some things that have improved. There have been improvements. So case in point, being able to walk around and have mobility for the most part without pain. But it's still those sort of still moments and everything else that are, in their own right, still somewhat agonizing. And after attempts at repeated exposure to this, there's been no change. But your level of relaxation and ease of pain does increase as long as you are lounging in the spring, lounging in the water. So that seems to be, in and of itself, at least while you're in there, remedial.
Yeah, I guess I just didn't understand. Why is it only when it's in the spring? Why didn't it work outside the spring?
Yeah. The strictest thing, at least is based off of what was given to you, is your malady is not one that can be strictly healed by holy sources. At least not fully. Case in point with Healing Hand from Paladins and what have you. Being painful, it'll still heal your HP, but as far as...
It fucking burns!
Yeah. Alright, then let me go ahead and pull up the 100-question generator. Whoop, shit. 30. Just on the dot. I mean... yeah. Kind of a basic thing. Honestly, this list feels more like a helper's list for like when you're initially writing your character. But nonetheless, it's fun for expansive thought if that was not initially considered. So, we'll start with Angel.
Okay.
What would most people think when they first see your character?
They don't really pay attention to her. They always underestimate her.
All right. Same question for Violet.
Big woofer. Pretty much.
Fair enough. All right, moving that question forward to Avery. What would most people think when they first see Avery?
If they see him, he generally kind of tries to stay out of things, but if attention is drawn to him, they probably think, I don't know what they'd think. I don't think I have a particular vibe.
A little confused and confounded might not be uncommon for changelings. So, moving that question on to Piper as well.
They're probably like, this is the
I just
weirdest
thought of
fucking
something.
Fae I've ever seen.
Yeah, I just thought of one. They'd probably think,
Go for it.
what a fucking whore.
Whores get paid. You're just a slut.
I mean, he makes a point.
So, and then finally that question forward to Venestra, if Venestra is in fact back.
I don't know.
No way
Vanessa
of telling.
has not said.
She tends to type that they're back in chat, but in case that was forgotten, I will still ask it anyway. What would most people think when they first see Venestra?
They're in the bathroom.
Gotcha. Okay. If they're not back, that is totally fine. I'll reintroduce the question after. Either way, everybody gets their brain just turned right the hell off.
Inspiration die.
Inspiration die for the recap and for the roleplay question. Again, still a bit of an active migraine right now, which, while it's fading, thank God, it is impacting a little bit of my ability to think straight, let alone speak straight. Well, speak clearly. It's not exactly making me talk like this. But, hey, it is what it is. All right. So, given that two, again, beyond level 20 characters are giving birth at the same time, I have to reroll the weather event.
Great.
All right.
Oh man, I shouldn't have summoned so many freaking deities the other day too.
Mm-hmm. And welcome back,
Back.
Venestra. Okay, before we get to that,
And there's Nisha.
roleplay question.
Yeah.
Roleplay question for
gotta
Venestra, and then we'll
ask
get it to
it's two
Xanon as
people.
well. What would people think upon first seeing your character?
Tall.
Tall. First impulsive thought, fucking Christ, you're tall. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
With a height in excess of 8 feet, that seems apt.
She can get taller now too.
Yeah. Is it a Goliath complex when it's the opposite of a Napoleon complex? All right, and of course that question over to Xanon as well. What would people think when first seeing your character?
Hello. I guess it would depend where they're from, but they would probably think he's exotic and foreign.
Fair enough. All right. You both get inspiration die, of course, for the starting roleplay question. All right. And then with that, of course, again, as a reminder, where we ended off last session. Oh boy. Yep, fought and
In terms of
fought and
recap, we
entrapped
fought
and
an
damaged
Aboleth.
Elder Aboleth. Alright. Okay, well that's an appropriate generation, isn't it?
And then Renestra made flotation devices.
Yep.
And we brought the dragon turtle body to the shore.
Yep.
Gained +2 stats.
Yeah, upon drinking from the Holy Grail, you were able to gain
Plus
+2
2 in a
to an
stat that you
attribute
want.
of your choice,
Okay.
even beyond 20.
I don't remember
But it only
what
works the once.
put it in. I think I just chose to put it into Charisma.
Yeah, which is fair. I think Angel did as well, making her persuasion even more broken. But all the same.
Go ahead and put in my notes. I just gotta cross my fingers. I hope to remember when we actually put it down in a sheet that can hold that.
I believe both characters were also down in the spring at the time that this occurs.
Wait a minute. I actually might have put it in D&D Beyond. I think that was the thing.
Angel was on her way up, and then it
Yep.
happened.
So, with a sudden rush of, at least for the both of these characters,
Yes, okay.
a fairly familiar release of amniotic fluid. The weather outside suddenly starts to take a rather drastic shift. Clouds begin to gather on this once mostly clear day, dense and heavy. Winds start to gather, and they get stronger and stronger and stronger and pick up to almost a speed of 58 miles an hour. For those in metric, 93 kilometer an hour winds. As a blizzard starts to form. Down in the spring, for those that still remain down there, it still remains cold, but you can feel above you, sort of near your head, that sudden radical shift in temperature. How radical it is. For those of you at least higher up on the rope, you can immediately see a chill on your breath gather with the fog. And for those outside, you can see on the base of some buildings and even some lower structures, frost begin to rapidly and quickly gather.
Lord.
I'm going to
Wait,
need...
wasn't the whole place already cold?
Yes. But a blizzard coming out of fucking nowhere still has some notable effects. I'm going to need Piper and Angel to go ahead and roll me one more con save each.
Okay. Mine was a triple con, so I don't know what you want me to do. Let's go for it. Okay. Screwed myself over last week. Let's see if we can survive ourselves this week. Hi, sweet babies. Hi. Nope.
Weak.
Nope. Nope.
I'm not asking for what succeeds or fails. I'm asking for the number. Natural 1. Okay.
I'm not gonna scream.
Well, you might.
My character
Lingering
might scream, yeah.
injuries.
I know.
Whoop. That's not how you spell linger.
You spell
I remember the last time we did the lingering table.
Autocorrect gets a little weird sometimes. All right, so.
You really, really love my thumb. My thumb's just the best to you.
Oh, that's gonna be rough.
Awesome.
That's gonna be rough.
Awesome.
Hmm.
Almost every single Didia that exists in our pantheon.
Yeah, I have a means of justifying that as well. Also, Amber, if you're there, I'll need your saving throw as well to see if I need to roll on this table for you as well. I know she's briefly muted.
I don't know what's going. What are we doing here?
You know, we'll go order of operations. Last week, because I wasn't able to run, was also a missed opportunity for a Halloween session. But nonetheless, I can still repurpose that plan.
Yes, he is.
I'm going to preface this before I get into description, Megan. The injury I rolled was a 61 through 65, land in open wound. Most of your births have been gentle.
No. No.
Relatively gentle.
No. No.
If we're talking about most of them, yes.
A majority
He's
with
within 30
marks.
feet of me.
Is she within 30 feet of V? I mean, she's only just climbing up the rope, so reasonably, yes.
I was on my way towards the rope, therefore we might be going back into the water. This gonna be bad.
Remnant Aglomantic Aura. Once attuned to this cloak, any creature of your choice within 30 feet will be unaffected by injury rolls.
Oh, good! I'm not gonna die.
Instead, taking a coin. Okay, which means you're gonna have to take that later. Understand? That was an open wound injury. I will let you know what that does for later. Open wound.
Well, there was kind of a point for the open wound, if I remember correctly, from what you're going for with the birth. Considering I almost every single deity a child at the moment.
I can make it a little more ghosty in this case, which is fine.
Oh, great. Why not more bloody, considering I owe her one too?
You lose 1 hit point every hour that the wound persists. The injury heals if you do receive magical healing. Alternatively, you can tend to the wound with the DC 15 medicine check once every hour. After 10 successes, the injury heals.
Great.
But in this case, you feel a distinct clawing sensation from inside of your body. As if something is trying to rip and tear its way out. However, you feel that sensation of pain and rended flesh being actively pulled away from you, like its own drained aura, and you can almost feel the direction of it, like this scattered, broken crimson shuffling away from you and toward a cloak that Venestra is wearing. Aglomancy, the magic of pain.
Great.
And so as you are being thankfully deprived of a rather horrific experience, instead, as you look down at your belly, you can see hands pushing against the inside of your skin, almost as if still trying to push their way out. You can see sharpened ends on the ends of some of those fingers, but not being able to make their way through. Every instance and scratching moment of pain being pulled and rended away, as if, likely from the inside, it's as if they're scratching against carbon fiber rather than flesh.
I'm going to shove my... Okay, because I could shove my hand in there.
And so, from within you, you begin to hear a chittering sound.
Where's that one?
Yeah.
And the movement
Don't
begins
like
to
that.
shift downward.
It's not the only one today, probably.
Not strictly.
That's what I thought. It's going to be a thing.
As you find yourself collapsing, while the pain is being pulled from you, your body is still reacting as expected from something this violent.
Violence?
Okay.
As you fall over, you also feel a distinct tug of something having developed within your body, something you really haven't had to deal with except for maybe one or two children. The presence of at least what you're fairly goddamn certain is an umbilical cord. And eventually, without getting into potentially awkward details for Twitch terms of service, a small clawed hand emerges from an expected location in your body,
Great.
covered in black and crimson ichor.
Oh, it's their first.
Then a second hand over it, then a third hand, then a fourth hand, then a fifth hand, and a sixth. All of them clawing, scratching, and scraping forth.
Sweet child. You're okay?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, kinda.
Those gif.
That's, yeah, kinda. That's apt.
There's gonna be more than just this one. It's not gonna be, there's not gonna be just one birth. This is I've kept them off for as much as I can kind of situation. And Nicodemus put everybody at bay.
For the context of continuing the description and a moment of just broad, I'd say, religious historium etching its way into some of your brains upon witnessing this, deals with both devils and evil divines often have a tendency to result in creatures that are cambionic in their nature, often referred to as tieflings. These birds can be gentle, can be easy, but, and this may be part of the nature of the difficulty, the claws and the horns often make the process complicated. Ripping and pulling forth from your body, each connected to each other, and then finally to you, through a conjoined umbilical. 3 separate, devilish, draconic, admittedly impish given their size, looking creatures. The natural adorableness accompanying with the baby, the only cherub-like trait to them, as they cling and claw forth. Their wings, as they are unfurled from their backs, covered in their own spikes, covered in flitted, downed, early scales, their eyes themselves barely trying to open, as if they are also trying to peel off their own layer of scaling and shed from themselves the afterbirth. Each of them screeching, scraping, and screaming.
Vito's gonna bite them free.
And as they scream forth, more of that ichor leaves their lungs and ejects itself from their bodies. All the same, you can still see those motes of light that usually come with changeling children linked to the insides of their bodies. as if while they are climbing out, they are gaining physical form with each inch they've finally managed with their exit. Each of them bearing tails as well. 3 distinctive types of tiefling, or at the very least fiendish beast, notably make themselves visible and present among these small infants who seem almost in their own right frustrated to be outside of your body. A notability of scales more present on one. Tufts of fur. An almost primate-like physique to it on another.
Okay. It's a different shape. Okay.
Talking lemur primate or gorilla primate?
Gorilla-like.
Gorilla.
Okay.
I have a problem with something that follows me, that hates me, with a passion.
How developed are the tiefling horns? For a couple of them, small nubs. For the last one, however, a full head of about 6 horns that seem to come up at least a couple inches above its head. Almost like a crown jutted up and around its skull. Each of them, again, with long, rigid nails, and the kid especially with the crown-like features. There is a darker tone to his skin, close to black, like coal.
Is it rust-colored, or... I'm
Just-
looking for deity who's embodied where. Because this would be their first if it's a combined child, but they can do that on their own, because they're deities.
To finish, the skin is black like coal. And as they spew forth that ichor, there is a trail of almost golden fluid within it.
Okay.
As the horns dry and they are exposed to light, they look in their own right almost like charcoal, seeming to glow in broken, soft bits. Except, no, it's not a glow. You note that the nearby light in the cavern is almost gravitated toward it, as if being pulled away into little echoes of black flame.
Regimen? I didn't make a deal with him. Weird.
As the child tries to stand and right itself, you also note a number of other features just along the body that seem nearly skeletal. There's a thinness to this child that denotes plain skeletal structure.
It's just these 3. Because... Oh, hold up. I had to message you something.
Of the 3, looking at them and taking some small time to inspect, of course, the skeleton-like child is male. The ape-like one is female, notably. And finally, the draconic-like one is also female.
Where'd I go? There was something I rolled last week.
I'm aware.
I'm just reminding you.
I'm going to say this. There will not be more from this. You note
Yeah,
upon the
let's do that.
ejection, the tearing that you felt seems to rapidly stitch itself together,
Shit.
rapidly pull and heal itself. Nick seems noticeably thinner after that event.
Fuck.
lack the insight to see what Megan sees.
Oh, that's 3 new ones, Lovey. As he's talking to you, he seems like he's stumbling, almost dizzy.
Oh, shit.
As his shadow seems to dance separately from his own actions.
Shit.
Jump forth and separate from him. As it does, he collapses fully to the ground.
Holy shit.
What the fuck just happened?
A lot just happened. A lot just happened.
Aside from the tiefling birth, what happened to him?
The shadow begins to rip itself apart. As it does, Nick gets closer and closer to the ground, but you feel no weaker. Before finally clawing up from the shadow and disrupting the soil that the shadow is bound to. Small, infantile, purple claws.
Fuck no.
Pulling itself forth as the shadow shatters like an egg. And Nick regains a somewhat normal shadow behind him. A small purple dragon hatchling. With jaundiced, yellowed eyes.
We would go pick up Nick and Angel. Come, let's go get you healed up out of the blizzard.
I mean, down here, it's actually reasonably warm. You guys are out of the blizzard, absolutely.
I have a question for the DM.
Sure, absolutely. Go
I
nuts.
have many questions, but I'll let her go first.
I'm so confused.
Me too. My first question was going to be, what the fuck?
There are side effects to changing the nature of a powerful entity. There's always some piece of what it used to be left behind. And it's got to go somewhere.
Question. Like traditional. It's different. That's what I'm guessing. I have no idea.
Is there a reason you can't ask these out loud so I can gain some clarity?
No. Okay. So let me put it to you this way: the Angels and Nicodemus's births are both son of Morris, and Omoris's actual womb was broken. The problem is that Omoris's womb, Omora, the actual god before they were actually trying to take on this thing, their womb was broken, and it had been broken for almost a millennia, longer than a lot of the probably from the start of the gods that have been on Zaria. She was not able to bear children.
Here's my answer to that question. One thing that you as Angel have done pretty consistently, and something that Amoris also used to attempt to do, was repurpose and try and purify once intensely dark things. This is absolutely a reflection of that nature. Except this time, it's not an adoption.
I think you're missing what I'm trying to say. Okay.
Also, thank you, Benda, for the lurk.
Sure.
My counterpoint to that is you guys just did a Holy Grail ritual.
Yeah. That's my point.
In some lore, sure, not strictly what I'm...
Okay. I know, but there's... Let me put it to you this way. I know how many I owe, and I'm really confused. I know what my tally is. Let's put it to you that way.
Mm-hmm. And I will say that tally may not be fully paid back by the time.
At the end of the campaign, I know that.
Mm-hmm.
It's because I still have to make deals. Okay.
So, that's those three. At the moment, because Piper is not present, we'll just say Piper's labor is getting extended for right now. Now, given what you just resultantly gave birth to, usually, again, you'll be able to get up and moving pretty damn quickly. Both you and Nick, even though you have just felt your bodies internally at least heal up very damn quickly, you both feel utterly and completely exhausted.
Hey.
What's more, after essentially collectively between the two of you giving birth to these four, there's this buzzing sound in your ears that isn't quite going away.
Well, that's not good. I'm letting you know that she picks up every child except for the last one.
All the tieflings, but not the dragon?
Yeah.
Nick picks it
Well,
up.
you can see every
naturally.
time she tries to pick it up, her hand starts to shake.
Nick picks it up with some visible confusion on his face, needless to say. This child also seems notably female.
Amber, this is not regular labor. I don't think Angel's ever had a regular labor.
She has.
Okay.
She has one child that's not affected by anything.
You had one normal kid.
Not talking about Piper.
Another thing of note.
Yeah, and about something about an old facility.
Yeah.
Master wants to know if we'll be visiting spooky.
That's the plan, yeah. Now, a couple of things of note. While the 3 that you directly gave birth to have distinctively fiendish nature, there's not one trace of it on the child that clawed its way out of Nick's shadow, despite what it clearly reminds you of.
Can I have some player knowledge? What does it remind her of?
So previously she turned her personal BBEG into a dragon and then turned it into a golem.
Into a golem?
Yeah. After the dragon form it had started to overreach, but before it was a dragon, it was a heavily mutated fiend. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, all the fiendishness was gone by the time it reincarnated or whatever just happened. No.
Angel's gonna put them inside of her carrying that she has for the triplets and carrying the Layborn up in her arms at the moment.
Yeah. Nick, mostly out of confusion, is carrying the other one. Not really sure what to do. Given again who it seems to denote. Real quick, Megan. Roll me a d12.
I'm so confused now. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Just roll me a d12.
Okay. Two.
Let me double check really quick. Okay. It'll be interesting later.
That's just like Angel's completely cannot even look at this dragon child. She can't even look at it. There's too much trauma. I'm letting you know that Avery, because you were still connected to Angel mentally, you're gonna see something.
Okay.
You're going to see her father being sliced open by a man with jaundiced eyes. A fiend standing 7 to 8 feet tall.
My father?
It's basically, it would be what you're feeling is your father, whoever your father would be.
Right.
It's basically Angel's reaction.
Father,
yes.
But it would be her feelings toward her own father. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so you're going to see that jaundiced character and hear his voice and his presence and just feel the hate and the anger and the anguish.
Can I use calm emotions on the both of us?
By the way, who's outside right now?
No one's outside of the castle.
No one's outside? Okay.
No one's outside.
Okay, who's close to... I'd say who's close to the exit of the...
Shannon was the closest to the exit.
Oh, it's actually okay. I don't need to use multiple slots. It's a AoE spell.
So, again, for a reminder of what time it was last session, it was about 3 p.m. on the 27th of Valorant. And, I'm sorry. Who did you say was closest to the exit, Angel?
Xanon is closest to the exit.
Xanon is closest. Xanon!
He's watching the door.
The Phoenix Eye eclipse had ended. However, as this blizzard starts to pick up, light begins to filter out, even though at 3 p.m. it's starting to get dark as it is. The aurora, for the most part, from the Phoenix Eye eclipse is gone. However, a new aurora starts to show. Not tracing along the moons, but almost as if bouncing itself around like a continuous and contiguously connected constellation, glowing a vibrant and intense pink almost in its tone, granting an almost glitter-like shimmer to the snow that is being blasted all around. That buzzing, that Angel you are hearing, continues to grow louder. As you can't help but, acknowledge, it's kind of hard not to acknowledge buzzing when it's going on in your head. You realize it's
your
almost...
head is always buzzing.
Right. With the strength of it, however, it's notable that it seems to almost sound like you have a speaker to the blizzard outside. That buzzing. It's the same buzzing you've heard for years.
So loud.
The blasting, buffeting sounds of a blizzard.
Like bees. Or white noise.
Would I recognize this sound, given I'm connected?
Yeah. It's... in a way, you kind of recognize it. There's this almost ambient tone when someone really indulges in magic. You kind of catch this sound of vibration whenever you cast higher level spells or something that you're actively concentrating on to maintain for a certain amount of time. And it has almost a radio-like buzz to it.
Could it be... sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, this isn't dissimilar to that tone, but there is a difference to it from how you normally hear it to how she normally hears it when you've been hooked into her. Mentally, it seems like there's a different tone of that sort of magical buzzing that everyone seems to hear in their own way, almost like it's that personal register of magical connection. And here it seems to intermingle almost exactly tonally with the blizzard happening outside.
Ooh.
I always describe it for Angel like a million songs playing at once that don't make sense.
Yeah. And as you focus in on that sound, in particular, that buzzing, that buffeting wind, you're drawn back to an abandoned temple you were in as a child. When the wind would buffet through those halls, broken down and ruined as they were, it would have the same sound. Tonally, the same sound as you're hearing from Angel. During blizzards, however, when rarely it would get cold enough to produce them, this exact tone would happen.
Kitty cat. Kitty cat. Kitty 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 cat.
I'm sending a picture of the cat when he was in his...
Kitty cat. Kitty cat. Kitty 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 cat.
How much focus do you give this tone?
For Avery or for Angel? Okay.
For Avery, how much focus do you give this tone? Given that dip into sort of nostalgic memory and everything else.
For Angel?
No, for Avery.
For you.
Oh. I mean, it could be chalked down to just the magic of the weather, like the weather's magic. Nature has its own magic, right?
It does, yeah. Nature has its own magic, its own means by which it pulls from the weave.
Yeah.
But this, in and of itself, I mean, and again, this tonality that you have yourself when you focus on heavy spells, and that Angel has, this goes into the more sorceress thing. It's sort of the internal vibration that everyone sort of given and granted an innate understanding of magic seems to have. And I will say, at least as far as that acknowledgement, there is an interplay and a mental communication that is happening between the two of you, just kind of on that base thought.
To answer your question, it's kind of in the back of my head, like, kind of strange, but so far I don't see any reason to look too deeply into it right now.
Sure. All right. In terms of those tonal matches and tonal differences, weirdly, in terms of both of you kind of catching a glimpse at just like thinking about the memories of the frequency for each of you. Angel, I need you to roll me a history check. And Avery? I need you to roll me a, what's going to be the best roll for this?
18 plus 10.
Roll me an insight, I'd say. Let's go with insight.
I'm gonna have to use digital dice
28.
because this cat is
28.
taking up most of my desk and one of my own.
Okay. Even just kind of that
Insight?
back of the mind remembrance, that little temple and everything.
I just want to be cuddled all of the days.
I got a soft 20.
Soft 20. That proc of Avery's memory and that tone, that blizzard as they would pass through that temple, matching the tone here, there's a layer of nostalgia and remembrance that you're picking up on just from Avery, but then there's something else. Itching. It feels like it's in your head, yet not. Almost like it hovers between and bounces between and is glued to both you and Nicodemus. A separate nostalgia. As if looking upon an old, abandoned art project. You almost feel yourself zone out to the focus.
Basically, all the songs playing in my head at the same time, because that's what it sounds like to me.
Matter of fact, with this kind of dive, I need you to roll me a wisdom save.
Oh, great! Awesome!
I am. Whatever. It's probably not worth a spell slot.
It's a
Okay.
16?
There are greater and
No,
smaller
I
ways
just-
that each player character are actually linked to each other. This is one of them.
I also just remembered that I couldn't save a skill save any.
16. Yeah.
16, you said?
16.
For that wisdom save?
16.
You collapse.
Oh,
Oh.
great!
You fall unconscious. Nick goes with
Awesome.
you. The mental link, however, remains. There isn't a disconnect.
Wouldn't it have just been static then?
It still remains active. There's that nostalgia, that small memory, and it starts to grow and expand like a bubble from you being able to still continuously envision it, Avery, where you are almost
V is
thrust
carrying them.
back to your childhood. Okay.
Oh.
V is carrying the two of them. Okay, so they both go limp in your grip. Sorry, don't collapse, but they go limp.
Luckily, we have all the babies inside of different carriers.
As
Babies,
you're-
just drop the babies.
I'd say with the amount of rather physically imposing and skilled people here, there's enough caution to not drop a bunch of infants.
I'm guessing that probably Griffin catches the one that Angel just can't look at right now.
Yeah,
He has 4 arms to help carry, apparently.
that you do.
Okay.
That you do. All right. But as that memory begins to expand and almost explode, Avery.
Yeah.
I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw to not get mentally, tangibly pushed back into that memory.
Wisdom save?
Yes.
Be too bad. Oh, that's pretty bad. It is 11.
Great.
As these two go limp, you drop like a sack of potatoes.
Please tell me Zeus pulls him out of the water. 'Cause he's in the water.
You are in the water,
Yeah,
which
he's
is
in the
part
water.
of why this is working.
Okay.
As Zeus does instinctively pull you free, you regain consciousness and lose track of the memory you were falling into. The details that start to expand in your mind without distortion, like old memories usually do. Almost as if you were physically present there again. You snap awake and are out of it.
And what memory was I being pulled into?
Childhood in the old Amorite temple.
Ah. Damn, that could have been enlightening.
Yeah, you brought up Zeus pulling him out. I had to make it canon.
I'm just saying, somebody has to let him breathe. He's literally sitting in the water.
Am I in the
You're in
magic
the
water?
pool. You're in the magic water.
You were
You're
in the magic water.
There's no reason I couldn't just be laying back and I just kind of like fell asleep. Like I don't have to fall forward.
Oh, he's gonna dead man float.
Be relaxing and then just go.
Yeah, okay.
I'll give you guys one chance to mulligan this.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
We can make him get pulled out canon. Cut off that little bit of revelation. By all means.
No. I like the idea.
She just didn't want me to die, and I'm not.
I just didn't want
I'm
him to
saying,
die.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
it would be
don't
kind
think
of
I would've
ironic
done.
drowning in healing waters.
It would be hilarious.
You become Schrodinger's corpse.
But I'm letting you know that with Avery's disease, he might be the one to do it.
But yeah, I don't think I would have. I don't think he would have pulled me out. I think I would have just kind of fallen asleep in the one place I have been able to feel eased in a long time.
Fair enough. All the same, with that wisdom saving throw, as your head's leaning back, it does just kind of thud right against the stone outside of the pool. Not with enough force to concuss, but you know there might be a small
like a cartoon lump.
Please tell me his eyes are
your
at
head
least
gets lifted
open
2 inches
so
back
nobody
off of the
tries-
stone just from the lump. Just
It's gonna hurt in the morning.
so,
We'll worry about it in the morning then.
as you fall into this mental dive, let me go ahead and switch the music track.
Hello.
Hola.
I am alive, I promise. What did I miss?
Apparently Avery and us are diving into one of his memories.
Angel gave birth to 3 fiendish children and 1 seemingly Ashitoran adjacent child.
Angel can't look at it right now.
And then while Angel and Avery were linked, as well as the blizzard going on outside turning to a pink borealis, turned into a mentally linked unconsciousness loop. I described it a little more tastefully than that, but I digress. So, as you begin to fall and cascade down into that memory, Angel, you are present enough for part of this as well. But not from within the temple. You seem like you're floating a couple 100 feet above it. Not dissimilar to an out-of-body experience in a way.
We've had those. It's fine. We've had those. It's fine.
I had one during a neurosurgery. It was wild. But
Yeah, I had mine during the worst moment of my life, so.
It happens.
As you get sort of regressed down to this memory, you also feel, Avery, your stature reduce, shrink, down to about as tall as you were at the age of 6 or so. You feel...
Wouldn't that just be my ordinary stature?
At that age, I mean, even changelings are reasonably shorter.
I mean, my base form would have grown with age, but I feel like I don't know, maybe I haven't pictured what form I would have taken as a kid.
Well, in that temple, you may have been comfortable enough to not really bother with the transformation.
Yeah, good point.
May not have even.
So yeah, probably about the same size as my normal form then.
Fair enough.
I feel like I'm about the size of a 6-year-old.
Yeah. Usually, diving into memories, especially memories of childhood, there's fuzziness. There's almost usually a glow to it. There's not here. Even the usual vibrance that you would expect from childhood memory and, eyes degrading as they normally would, it's not present. You have that same slightly dulled color that you would at this age. A number of old priesthoods walk around, but they seem faded, translucent almost, like ghosts here. There's candles still alight, old altars, but it feels eerie, silent, empty, like a place abandoned and forgotten. From above, Angel, you feel like you're going through old memories, like notes of inspiration that you provided to people of years long gone, architectural notes. Suggestions, things to decorate here, things to grow there to help make the place feel lively, almost as if they themselves are ghostly etches and echoes on this ruined building. Plans and inspirations that you yourself as Angel, of course, never directly provided, yet they feel like your memory's all the same. And then there's a flash, like a shuddering stitch through the memory that look like a series of neurons actively painting and plastering themselves over everything. A separate tone of buzzing. Different. Deeper. Strange and foreign. A buzzing and format of magic separate from the Forge, separate from Zaria, separate from this world, yet still linked to the Weave. Just different. A tone of this deep indigo bathing over the memory. Almost as if something else is fascinated and looking in. Both of you feel watched by a separate set of eyes. A curiosity. Foreign, slightly hungry in its nature.
This stinks of illithid.
This buzzing you are particularly familiar with whenever you dive into your psionic magic.
Angel doesn't like this magic. She knows what it feels like.
There's a flash. Not of memory, nothing historical, as your stature and your sense of consciousness, your mood switches almost to adulthood. A flash and moment and change in memory. It seems almost like you're looking at this place in the current day. You look up, both of you do, and see that same aurora, still pink, still vibrant, still intense. But the halls now, ruined building as it is now uncharacteristically covered in a thick layer of dust. A whispering
looking
of
at
this
the-
hall that reeks of emptiness, like having left a home that you haven't been to in so many years that you never intended to go back to. It's that feeling of foreign absence of intention, and yet there's something gross here. Hot in a most uncomfortable way. Like, at least for us to have that conscious comparison, being too close to a gas heater.
I don't know what that feels like.
It's dank and warm.
Not pleasant.
Yeah,
We're talking about
another
every
relation
year.
is like being too close to a gas stove when you haven't quite lit the spark. There's a warmth to it, but then this like noxiousness.
I don't have that feeling when I smell that. I actually like the smell.
That's a concerning thing that we'll address later outside of game. No.
Are you talking about the absence of air that it
Yeah.
smells like?
Kind of. The place seems choked, almost. There's an active fight here that feels present in the vibration and the shifting of magic, like life is trying to return to it, but there's something sickly and wrong, and the walls seem pockmarked with cracks. Like the cracks on a salt flat, or on the skin of a changeling.
What did you do? What did you touch?
You both return to consciousness.
Ow, 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 ow.
And there's some part of you, Angel, some part, again, that feels like it's in that in-between. That feels
I
disgusted.
know what it feels like. Yeah, but I
like
know what it
someone
feels like.
salted your garden.
Somebody already did salt my garden. I am a purple child.
That was a weird fucking dream.
What did you touch?
We're not even together.
Yeah, I know. But
Anymore.
she's
Now, as a
literally-
note,
it's
since
literally
your
a mind
affliction,
thought
you
process.
have never
Oh.
been back to that temple. You haven't been there since well into, like, maybe your early teenage years.
I haven't been there in decades.
I'm going
At
to let
least
him.
one decade.
I'm going to let him have the image of what happened to me at birth, when I was 4 or 2, when my mother dragged me down that road. I'm going to give him that memory.
Okay. Do you both try and look for a buzzing sensation in this case? Is that the goal here?
I want him to hear where it comes from.
Okay. Diving into this memory, you both are also yet again met with a buzzing sensation, faint, like something mostly forgotten. Except, while the tone is in its own way slightly similar to what Avery feels and what was present near the temple, it's not exact. This feels oppressive, hungry in an entirely predatory way. It feels dominating, vicious.
You have to just describe
It's
what's
overt.
actually happening.
Wretched sense of superiority. Yeah, I'm diving into that sensation.
Oh, okay,
first.
okay.
That distinct shift in difference. There's, again, the similarity that you nail down. It feels like almost overthinking something and thoughts jumbling together. That seems to be the same sort of beat as anything really psionic, as even Zeus kind of seems to give off that vibe when you're too close to him doing anything magical, being a psionics wizard. That
Yeah, but it's-
psionics beat is present. That common thread. But the sense of hunger and curiosity is distinctively separated. Foreign, alien, but separated. As we dive into this, the memory of an infant, a small infant gnome being brought up, steps, stages of a city, up and up and up and up, to this ruined, massive, old Velix outpost. Velix, a splinter group of the Illithid Empire.
You'd be able to smell it.
Yeah,
Question: how is this a memory if she's a baby?
She's an extremely
In season
deep
1, there
memory.
was a lot of work done to try and recover those memories. And so this
Because
is,
a lot of them have been written over.
yeah.
Somebody had modified memories
This,
over time as a baby.
Well-
My question more is coming from the fact that I don't know about you, but my brain wasn't making memories when I was a baby.
yeah, there are certain strong sensations
remember
that can
things from
allow some
2.
people to retain infantile memories. In this case, there's a distinct sulfurous aroma very, very close to where you register your nose being. And this type of sulfurous aroma, everybody is particularly familiar with if they've eaten something that has disagreed with them.
It's feces. She'd eaten feces.
Your perception gets projected downward through the eyes of this infant, and you see a woman that looks not dissimilar to Angel. If a bit older, creased with wrinkles, but there's a mania and an emptiness in those eyes, smears all over the face, matted, tangled hair. An almost otherworldly disgust, hatred, and anger when looking down upon the small thing in her arms. Making it out of the city and up into the ruins, she lays the child on a pedestal. Begins to cast a spell that begins to strip away and change perception, memory, modify it, pull it away. As you swear, you hear the familiar, tendrillous approach of mind flayers. Before that memory blanks.
No, Angel pushed past that part, Joe.
Yes, you do. As it blanks, you push past it and through the broken modified memory. As I'm trying to remember.
It's a device. You put her in a device.
Yeah.
Some weird cradle-y device, if I remember correctly.
And it pierced her brain.
Yep. Sorry, it was a very long time ago that I did the story reveal, and I'm trying to retread those grounds. In the sort of on the pedestal, it does look in its own right kind of like a cradle. As this apparatus begins to get lowered toward the head of this infant, and a pair of almost needles begin to start to push their way into her temples.
That's when the
Deeper
buzzing noise starts.
and deeper and deeper. And there seems to be this... You can hear that buzzing sensation start to enter the perception of this child. Right at the exact moment that you hear a distinctive crack. And then a burning sensation from the outside as the needles enter in. Something from some kind of arcane battery seems to be suffusing this child thoroughly, deeply, and intensely with magic, likely to harvest later, likely to feed on. You can feel it buzzing almost in a similar way to yours for a moment, Avery. A presence of psionic magic, of mind magics, of that manipulation of mental sources before something, rose-like and verdant in its energy, fights against and refutes it. And the magic and that vibration almost cracks and breaks, turns into its own flooding buzzing of bees, and that mental source becomes more wild and more unstable. As for a while, at least in the main campaign, you were a wild magic sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
Now with 2 pairs of eyes on this, unlike the first go-round, particularly 2 sorceress eyes on this, I need both Angel and Avery this time to make another wisdom saving throw for me.
Sweet.
And then depending on how those rolls go...
Player's insight is too low to make sense of this cutscene.
So 19 plus 6, 25.
25? Okay.
A wisdom save? Or a wisdom check? What was
Wisdom
it?
save.
It's all good.
I
And to
don't
clarify
like that.
in plain English...
English.
English. We gotta speak in English today.
English.
To clarify in plain English, what's going on? Angel is a baby, was placed into this cradle-like pedestal by her
Mind flayer, mind microwave.
mind-melted, batshit crazy mind flayer thrall of a mother.
Yeah, no, she was handed off to a mind flayer.
And these
That
mind
was one
flayers
thing I was
have
confused about.
jammed this magic injection apparatus into the temples of a baby. And is basically
yes, and
starting
then
to suffuse her body
baby
with magic.
instinctively fought back.
Well, the baby isn't. However, something distinctively magical, something sort of rose-like in color, seemed to actively fight against this magical suffusion, and it kind of broke it, turned it wild.
This is new. I haven't seen this.
Oh,
This
wait.
is
Okay, so I
this part
assumed
you
that
are
this.
witnessing, Avery, because you are an outside paravised to this event.
I haven't seen the rose
thought
part.
that the rose presence thing was Angel's magic because that was how it kind of was pinkish in color.
Yep. This seems like it is almost in its own way separated from Angel, but still linked to the child. It seems present and frantic, like a defensive mother in a way. There's also another mote of energy, bluish in its color, singular, almost floating. A witch light. You've seen these things before. It is also joining in this fighting process, continuing to try and break and sever these needles, and try the witch light itself, being a tangible creature manifesting and sort of almost ripping itself out of the mother, is actively trying to pull Angel away.
This is the first time Angel's ever seen this end of it, so this is new.
Right, and my wisdom save was a total of 14. I really need to get some kind of proc to make that wisdom more than +3.
Yeah, that took me a minute.
Yeah. Resistant, I believe, is a feat that can be taken to bolster saving throws.
I can't take any feats until we move to another medium.
You can also train them.
Well, no, we have to put them on a sheet, Joe. We have to move all of our sheets.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, okay.
That's what I'm hoping to do this week with
My
the
bad.
Yeah.
All right.
That's my hope.
There's a
for this
whole
week.
lot of outdated stats on here, I bet.
Now, let's clarify, also. What is Avery's age?
Let's see. That would be something I do have in here. I have 24, and that sounds right.
He's older than me.
Angel is 21. You would have been 3 at this time.
I was 2.
Wait, hold on. No, 24 and 21. He would have
No,
been 3.
he would have been 3, yes,
Yep.
but I was just 2.
Oh, so you would have been 5. Huh. Okay, that
Okay.
just about actually lines up with your memory.
Where I'm
We'll
just
regress.
starting to tap into my own talent.
Yeah, I fucked up the math a little bit there, but we'll say that you were 5 with the vision you got pulled back to and seeing the blizzard. There's almost a split in perception and in memory, seeing what was happening with Angel and then seeing yourself in that temple. That first blizzard that you ever remember seeing there kicks up the moment that she gets ripped away from these needles, and that rose-like coloration floods into her body completely. And that first aurora that you remember seeing above that temple. Back then, just normal colors. Greens, pinks, blues. The occasional shot of yellow, but nonetheless, there was something that happened that night. And that buzzing. The first echo of it entering your mind. You likely had another sort of magical talent that could have been grasped at the time, had you not then, later on, as your mind for a moment flashes back to touching that device, had it not been redirected toward another discipline.
What are you saying?
Angel's still curious at what he touched.
Do you wish to pivot the memory as he gets that brief flash toward it?
I touched something? I'm so lost.
The item that you touched that caused you to have your disease.
Oh, that I could tell
Angels-
you what that is.
Yeah, telling me is another thing, but I can see the memory. I can pull at it now, considering he just said I can pull at it.
All right, yeah.
I didn't say
I
pull
can-
it. I said, do you want to pivot toward that memory and toward his
I'm gonna
perception?
try to push it that direction, considering that I can do that with most people.
Okay, pivoting toward a quite literally damaging memory. Both of you make a wisdom save. And in this case, since it was a memory that damaged and then completely altered the way you handle magic, I need you to make a wisdom save with disadvantage, Avery.
Can I
give him
will
a flat
myself
roll?
away from the memory? Like,
If you want to fight it,
can
absolutely.
I want to fight it.
Can I give him a lucky and make him have a flat roll?
Sure, flat roll in terms of fighting against the damaging side of the memory. But if you're trying to fight it, I would say contended vibe checks, actually.
$19.
With vibe check, it's 27.
All right.
Okay.
But
You
I'm going
actively
to
try and fight against that memory getting pushed into before suddenly that distinctive cracking feeling. Angel pushes her way in. This actively hurts. Even in the pool, this actively hurts.
There would be parts of my body shape shifting back and forth from changeling to
I
regular.
just need to see what it looks like.
Okay. One part about that event. The core itself. Memories of what it looked like at the time are fuzzy. How intensely damaging that moment was, I mean, it's understandable that some memories and some neurons kind of got fried at the time.
Can I relay the sensations I'm feeling back to Angel?
You want to try and push that on her?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Make a flat wisdom check for me. But Angel, as you were in this place,
I'll fail it.
okay.
I have a higher pain tolerance than he does.
That's 14.
That's for sure.
But it doesn't matter.
You are beginning to now share in not only the physical sensation of just kind of passive agony that both he and Aiko are dealing with, but the absolute body-shattering agony that was that initial moment. Now, are you trying to get any details on the room, on anything in there? While everything, again, it's like staring into a place when there's way too much heat. When you're going through heat stroke, everything's blurry and shaky almost.
I am going to use True Sight. It's Dragon True Sight.
Okay. Trying to
So I can
push True Sight into a memory. That's interesting. Give me a higher low. We'll see if that works.
I'm going to share it with. I'm going to share it with Avery, because he's sharing his pain with me. I'm going to share his ability to see.
Trying to see the event with some clarity. That's interesting. Give me a higher low. In which case, then I'll include Avery on the higher low vote there.
Higher.
I'll also go high.
Okay, I got a 4. So unfortunately, the memory
It's too
for the
painful for him to do it.
the memory for the moment stays blitzed, shaky, and unfocused, which means any attempts to kind of see what's in here will be done at disadvantage. So,
Okay.
I'm pretty
Then
sure.
I am going to
already
use
know.
Dragon Eyes. I haven't taken this feat before, So this is gonna.
I'm sorry. Continue, Avery. What were you saying?
Good.
I was just saying I don't feel like I need the dragon eyes. I already know my own backstory.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just making you able to see what it looks like completed. If there's anything missing on the outside, any other information you can
This is
gather.
for picking up on information that you couldn't at the time, because there's a second set of eyes here.
Got it.
Technically a third set.
Well, she can always tell me verbally later.
Yeah.
No, he'll be able to see it.
I mean,
I'm
you guys are
sharing
mentally
it.
connected right now, so anything that she is able to consciously glean, I mean, you'll get that realization of thought in your own head as well. Because
Oh, I
guys are
thought you
connected.
just said that it was still blurry and shaky.
It is
It's
for both of you
blurry and
visually.
shaky.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and use a feat I haven't used before. I'm going to use Dragon Eyes.
Okay. Which does what?
It allows me to use True Sight. Bypassing is like a legendary action. Remember correctly. Let me reread my magic book. Hold on. Let me grab it real fast. Okay. It's again, increases my perception to 27.
And as a note for Venestra, you on the outside here, both of them are actively convulsing.
Again, Vanessa, we're in different physical locations right now.
Yeah. Avery's convulsing
I'm in the springs.
in the water.
They're out above
Well,
ground.
Actually, I believe they're still in the spring in that cavern because it's warm down there. But Venestra has Nick and Angel in her arms, so Angel is actively convulsing.
I'm going to give myself that because I want to be able to do the perception of flat 27 because that's a huge perception change for me. So I can get that with that ability.
27?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
God,
Oh.
when I go through these intense things, I told myself I was going to roll for that telekinetic reprisal.
Okay. So if I can use that DM, I just want to be able to get a perception check of 27. That's what I want for that room.
Yeah. Okay. The DC, given how distorted this memory was, at least for the moment of pain, was 25. So you are going to be able to glean some things that Avery wasn't at the moment. Now, to clarify, Avery, did you have an understanding of, at least at the time, the ancient earthen language of English, which does not translate into common in this case? It would be considered, ancient text, and it would be like looking at Greek etchings at this stage. Did you have an understanding of that language?
No.
No.
I have common, deep, elvish, and sylvan.
Okay. You.
What's the language?
It is common. Looks like it is English specifically.
I can read it.
Yeah, you spent a number of sessions studying that shit.
I also do want to point out, since I rolled a 1 on a con check, the water in the pool is splashing violently as my telekinetic reprisal is going off.
Gotcha. Okay. This will be given that 27 perception check. The one bit of information that you were able to glean before the memory just shunts you both out because of, again, how much pain this involves. Well, not one bit of information. First of all, you get the label beneath this core object.
Where's a pen? I don't have a pen.
Vanessa,
I got
to
up and I
answer
lost
your
my pen.
question,
I lost my pen.
Avery and Angel are both going through memories. I forget why they're going through memories, but
It's to give you more gleam on what happened to you so you can find the
I mean,
object.
you guys both decided to memory dive into each other, so we're able to get each other more context for some shit, which is cool.
yeah, I forgot. But what made us decide to do that, though?
Focusing on the sound of magical buzzing, and then that ended up diving into nostalgic memories, which then cascaded into
Yes,
this.
that's correct.
Sorcerers mind melding with each other can get chaotic, I'm just saying.
Yeah, there was magical buzzing that both Angel and Avery kind of looked deeper into together through the telekinetic stuff.
They were vibing with each other.
Yeah, and well, I'm trying to describe it to Venestra.
Go ahead.
She's
sir.
asking, so I'm trying to describe it. Where was I? Fuck.
They were diving into a memory with the buzzing sensation.
Yeah, Angel decided to pivot our focus to the point where Avery and Aiko were assaulted by whatever radioactive demon core-esque object did that. So right now they are suffering immensely as Angel tries to glean information from that memory.
Okay. So,
Label.
first of all, the label underneath the containment unit for that core.
Okay.
First of all, it says, caution, extremely dangerous, highly radioactive. And it says, and this is especially where your study of even fictional languages kicks in.
Okay.
Fictional ancient languages. You pick up on, weirdly enough, script under it that looks like the language used in a lot of H.P. Lovecraft stuff. And it translates directly to Shoggoth core.
What?
As you are actively starting to get shunted out of the memory, you catch a room label outside of a sealed, well, no longer sealed, but now degraded, heavy steel door. Unit 14C.
Okay.
Area -7. Which then, as you catch area -7, there is a rapid fire
14.
shifting of memories where you catch, just outside of the cavern, an old street sign attached to a fence labeled area -7.
That was Unit 14C, Area 7?
Yeah.
Unit 14C, Area 7, to clarify the meaning there, means the complex, the building, wherever the hell this was considered at large, area -7.
Area -7?
In this room, or at least Unit 14C.
I'm letting you know, Joe, you have to remember Ain has an insane pain tolerance because of what happened with Urkbach.
You do. However, with this shared mental experience, you are also dealing with the pain tolerance of the one who's actively being subjected to it. So,
I know.
to clarify from your end, without access to your normal pain tolerance, this sucks. And it sucks like hell. Before, finally, both of you awaken. And again, that realization from Angel, getting that information, also got put into Avery's brain because you guys were channeling this together.
I don't think that was worth it.
I guess it was. I know who Shoggoth is.
Who the fuck is Shoggoth?
And I'm letting you know, Griffin hears me say that out loud.
What the fuck? Why are you guys talking about Shoggoths?
They touched something that was radioactive with Shoggoth's name underneath it.
What?
She's gonna draw out the label for him because she can.
Would you also need context that they are Avery and Aiko?
He would have seen you blubbering in the pool,
no, that's
dude.
yeah. That's true.
He's right next to Zeus.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I had a moment.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and roll a history check for Griffin. Being a several thousand-year-old skag, he may have information on this, and he has advantage, of course.
Only if you can remember.
No, he didn't roll that poorly, so he does catch this.
Okay, I'm gonna catch Amber up.
Area -7. Okay, so around the time before shit went sideways, there were a number of places on Earth that had designations for areas in the number registries, basically for research and development of different technologies, usually for military purposes. When you got into the negative categories, these were the unofficial ones. These were usually in subterranean structures. And these were when dealing with shit that nobody should normally know exists, and it usually meant extraplanetary foreign objects. If you catch my drift.
Shogoth's what? It said Shogoth's what?
Core.
Shogoth core.
Instead of demon core, Shogoth core.
As far as area -7. We may look, I don't have the books for that stuff because it's a little it's a little sketchy. Not for that you don't actually.
Well, we don't have it from Bosun stuff that we've been holding and had like stocks for however long.
For
Wouldn't
the
this
books
be-
on
this
that
would have
kind
been
of earth and info.
Yeah, this would have been stuff that even people from that era wouldn't have really known about.
I know who might have something. Yep.
Would I not have a book considering that we have the stuff from Ramsey's missing character?
With Ramsey and his father, the stuff that they were working on specifically did not go into that sector.
But it did have the sectors defined in that.
It had the sectors for a lot of survival bases that were labeled with Alpha, Beta, Theta, those kinds of things. That's the information they had.
Even in that stupid thing I can't open.
I mean, what's in the thing you can't open? I won't reveal.
I don't know
until
what
it's
it's.
open.
It's a freaking briefcase. I have a briefcase that I can't open. I've been carrying it around for 80 episodes.
Well, even if he could tell you, it doesn't sound like he should tell you if the
I ain't
character
gonna tell you
hasn't
unless it
opened
gets
yet.
opened.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna give you a yes or no unless you open the fucking
I
briefcase.
mean, if you're curious enough, why not try to continue looking into how to open
Chester,
it?
can I have the silver briefcase?
Your little mimic storage unit with legs, almost.
Oh God.
I can tell that this is a benevolent being. I give it a pet.
Yeah. Can I have the silver briefcase, please?
I'm gonna roll to see if it understood even what the fuck you're asking. Because I gotta do
I'll
that every
relay
time.
the message to it. The intent to it.
It flinches back. It's something entering its head. And by the way, entering the head of a mimic, it's interesting. It's very interesting.
Oh my God, poor Chester.
You initially get thoughts of like, oh, I'm just talking to a bar.
It's like, oh, it sucks everything in.
You push forward the message before your psyche can stretch out like a rubber band. Because if it stretches out like a rubber band, it's bound to snap back at some point.
Chester, I need that silver
I
briefcase.
just wanted
I
to
can't
relay
open.
the intent.
You managed it. You just understood
it?
very quickly. Probably not best to linger.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm out. I just came by to tell you this.
And it just... and it hawks up, completely slicked with mucus. Usually things come out clean, which means this is probably even sitting in a very weird spot. Slicked with mucus, this briefcase.
Prestidigitation.
I don't know how to open this. I've been carrying it around for months. I don't know what it is.
At this point, you've been carrying it around for a couple of years, actually.
2 years.
I'm assuming that this isn't a regular lock. I can just like.
It's got like papers and stuff. I know it's got papers and stuff because it's like all I can gather when I try to reach through it mentally.
Nick's still passed out.
Yeah. I caught that part.
To clarify your question, Vanestro, of what are Angel, Nick, and Avery just doing? Nick's still passed out. Avery and Angel just mind melded, and now Angel's trying to gather some information that might be helpful.
Well, Piper's like dying.
Agony. Hold on, I am being held.
Again. Okay.
I have a question for DM. Upon looking at this case, like, does it immediately strike me why it hasn't been opened yet? Like,
It's
what
got a key code on it.
different about this case?
It's got a key code on it.
It does seem like it's made of some decently durable material, and it does seem to have some kind of code device on its surface.
Like a digital device or something I can telekinetically pick?
It seems digital. Which is a note, Venestra, you may have experience with this kind of technology.
Oh look, Vanessa can actually help us here, because I would like some help. I want to open the sealed box.
How dare you? Venestra's been super helpful through this entire
She's
campaign.
carrying me the entire time, and I'm like, I have this box, and I don't know how to open it. And now she can help me open the box. You have to understand, all I can do is pull on things that are in the box mentally. I can't get rid of the box.
Got enough time left in the session to get what I'm actually planning for, but hey, let's do the deep dive. Fuck it.
Avery is extremely fascinated by this old world tech as a aspiring artificer.
It had a bunch of okay, let me see it this way. I have a total of 3 briefcases. One I was able to open with a basic code of 0000 because I was dumb and decided to press all those buttons. 2 I haven't opened yet, but I know it holds a bomb in it, so I'm not gonna open it. So 3
Did you try?
I'm assuming Venestra's just saying that literally. Did you try 80085?
No, I did not.
Shits and giggles. I'm gonna roll a fucking percentile to see if this works.
I can't open the second one because I know it holds some type of bomb in it, so I also have the code for that one.
Hey,
so.
Venestra, high or low?
Gotta roll for it.
Hi.
Angel, do you try the code?
I'm not gonna do it until I'm told.
It's up to you.
I'm just.
Venestra just offered that as a
boobs.
code.
I'm gonna try boobs.
You wouldn't even recognize that it's boobs until you've typed it in.
I know exactly what it is.
You recognize what is the English translated word that means
Boobs.
chesticles.
I'm type boobs into it.
I got a 94, which means to my rather annoyed dismay, boobs works.
Boobs.
I actually had this like little puzzle code that meant things.
Please, I need it. I need it in my life.
Actually, that's 5318008, and then you flip it upside down. But
Come on.
True boobies.
yeah,
Come on.
D&D, everybody. Where is it? Fuck. Where is it? I'm trying to read the buttons.
I'm just amazed that the battery powering this lock hadn't kicked the bucket.
Where the fuck is it?
It has a nuclear battery on it, and I have to charge it every day in the sun.
A nuclear battery? Wouldn't that still be subjected to half-life?
It has a little charge port on it. You see there's a little charge sun thing on there.
Rechargeable nuclear battery.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I questioned it too.
I was slightly intoxicated when I did some of that writing. Bite me.
Where's the bulbs? Where is it?
Where is it?
Give
Where's
me the
button?
boobs.
Not without buying me dinner first. God damn.
I don't want to see your boobs.
Do it.
Ew. That's my little brother, Rose.
And they are middies. Thank you very much.
But
All right, so apparently I don't have the button. I'm going to go ahead and fix it because I have the sound and I can make the button in like 2 seconds.
just press the button. We need the sorcerer now.
Why a sorcerer? There we go.
So what happened in class today, yo? Well, Tristan learned how to write boobies on his calculator. I am a sorcerer!
He's so happy with his life.
Okay.
So boobies works.
So with you guys
What does
satisfied,
that mean? Is there like a special meaning to that?
it means whoever the
means
fuck locked to
who-
this case was a goddamn pervert.
Or just a fucking 12-year-old? Well, all 12-year-olds are perverts.
It's filled with papers.
Well, 12-year-olds figure out what it means to be a pervert, so yeah.
I haven't been able to look into this case. I know it has a lot of information in it, but I don't know what was in it.
So, as you type in this code, a couple of latches and a number of electronic motors
Finally.
open, and you catch a hiss of what is now several thousand-year-old contained in very stale air.
There would be no dust, just stinky, weird smelling air.
As you open the case, yes, you see, of course, the pages that were contained within, in a small sleeve on the inside, that on the outside of the sleeve are covered in runes, thereby being the only reason that that was the only thing you could see.
I'm just so excited.
These runes are archaic Elven.
I can read that.
I can read Elven.
Do you want to know why? Because I was taught to read Elven by Hiff.
I can read Elven as well. Does that translate to being able to read archaic Elven, whatever that is?
Yeah, and it's basic rune notes, like obscure, basically just a lot of hide-based basic rune work. It's all just illusion stuff.
On a separate note, Avery is absolutely enthralled by the mechanisms of this thing. It's like nothing he's ever seen before.
We just responded to
and all the
Angel's
things he
high-pitched
can
whine.
use.
Just try not to explode, Angel.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. It's been so long.
He was choosing your words carefully due to the newborn.
Oh, trying not to have a nerdgasm. Gotcha.
It would go straight over their heads. They don't even have the language to question it yet.
I mean, but either way, as that opens, you see a small page within that sleeve saying, provided defensive, quote, rune work by Avino Macieris.
Marcieris.
I
Hidden
looked to
elf
the
from the
skag,
mountains
I
of
look at
Wyoming.
Griffin.
From the mountains of Wyoming?
Yeah.
Yes!
I asked Griffin, who's this Sierras guy?
I don't fucking know. Look, okay, I know that once the dragon portal thing opened and even the elves kind of had to come out of hiding, that apparently some of them joined up with some human militants to try and, make sure that they didn't do anything stupid. They failed in that effort. I mean, hell, we're on a ring and not a globe.
Hey, what else is in this thing?
I don't know who the fuck that is. He's probably been dead for thousands of years.
I know, but if he's like every other guy,
Unless
they
he was a
said every
druid, there's a
note-
slim chance that he
Give
may
me
be
some
alive.
of the runes. I'll help.
The whole point
Over
is,
him.
if he was like any good at his job as far as Fae go, they collect every bit of notes of everything they can and they stuff it in something. So I'm hoping this is what this is.
These runes are mostly on the outside of this folder and along the inside of the case to obscure ability to see within at anything else that would be in the case aside from that sleeve of papers. Now, what else you see in here, very clearly contained, looks like an old passport based on some historical records.
I'm so excited. Finding a passport.
A wad of dated to the year 2178 United States currency.
They're still using paper passports in 2178.
As you open the pages, it, based off of the contained and several thousand years unused battery, opens up a holographic projection of a passport ID.
Oh, that's better.
Took some Whovian liberties there. Anyway,
Damn it.
there are still also the contained pages, which it says as a note, paper passport still valid and permissible in the event of a failed battery.
Oh, great. Awesome.
Kinda.
Okay, ready?
There's that. There's a wad of ancient cash, which amounts to, and I'm basing this entirely off of inflation, about $38,000. Mostly in $1,000 bills.
I'm shocked that it has any value in this world.
She's like, Griffin, that's mine. You can't take it.
Additionally, there are a number of other things. A couple of very nice pens, of course.
Okay.
A small, what looks to be very thin metallic glass brick, which Griffin immediately recognizes as a phone.
It's a thing! It's with the thing! The angel's excited about it.
There's no cell towers.
Not anymore, sure, but there might still be data on this thing.
If you can charge it.
Oh, I can fucking charge it. You don't know what I have in my basement.
We don't talk about the
The
basement.
planet's oldest sex.
I wonder if there is one.
And then uncharacteristic to most of the technologically available things in this case, an old, beaten, and weathered, even by the standards of, again, what is considered ancient technology, an old fucking leather-bound journal. The leather, as you touch it and try to move it, immediately cracks and snaps. This has not, this has not been maintained in a very long time.
Then that's why we have mending.
Okay, sure, fuck it. Mending can absolutely rehydrate leather.
Sure, that's why we have mending.
And parchment.
Yeah.
Yep.
As long as you have the amount of materials as you could to refix it, I have that. I can put that right next to it and just do them.
Yeah, of which you see a lot of like the faded and dried and cracked and scraggled color on this book stitch itself together, and the pages kind of unyellow themselves, and it looks honestly like one of those leather notebooks you'd get out of a fucking Walgreens. But the pages are full.
Oh. A Walgreens or like a Barnes and Noble?
I'm
Barnes
making an example of like what a modern leather-bound journal would still manage.
Barnes and Noble is so cool though.
Yeah.
So, says Vanestra, while this lock box is interesting, what is it, and when shall we go investigate the turtle's laboratory?
I want to see if this thing has any type of like manual that got left in here. That's what I'm looking for, like a yellow book or something like that that kind of explains things. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
From what I gather, Vanestra, it seems to be a lockbox from before the world was fucking destroyed by a race of idiots. Presumably by one of the less idiotic idiots.
I rolled a 42. God fucking damn it. Okay. So, digging through and mending whatever paper implements you can find, you find a classified, stapled together packet, as physical media is easier to hide in a technologically advanced society, and physical media can't be hacked. A packet full of classified military research installments.
Fuck yes.
You find a series of the classics browsing the pages, everything from, like Area 51 and all that shit. And then you get into the subterranean classifieds, which get into negative numbers that actually...
-7.
They start at Area 0.
Ooh.
Area -1, which apparently housed an extraplanetary bacterium which proved dangerous to just about every rodent they tested it on. Area -2, which housed a atmospherically ejected extraplanetary vehicle, which was actively being researched.
Is that the fucking Tesla car that they shot into space?
No.
Oh, god
Is it
damn it.
Is it the DeLorean that goes back in time?
Unfortunately not. You'd have
Damn
I mean
it.
it's going
Is it a blue
in
box?
it's going into basic notes about what is stored there, not details.
Damn it. Not a blue box. Okay.
And for the sake of simplicity, skimming down area -7. Recovered from the unknowingly redirected and recollected Voyager craft, which
Oh my
was not
God.
programmed with a return trajectory to Earth. The seemingly nuclear capable radioactive core that, for lack of a better way of describing it, and that's even written in hand in the side notes, seemed to radiate an expanded mental state and often induced madness.
It's the name Shira.
Shoggoth.
Shoggoth.
Subtitled and nicknamed by the researcher who recovered it, who had a particular proclivity for the H.P. Lovecraft series of books, nicknamed and dubbed it the Shoggoth Core. Potential notes for weapons research on this object. I mean, why not weaponize madness?
But the notes didn't say anything about cracked and blistering skin.
No side effects there, just a note of what is there and what it was actively being researched and used for, as well as one major note of caution. That said, it does note its prospective location. Which was apparently on level -7 of the NORAD installment in the Rocky Mountains.
NORAD installment. Could you spell that for me?
NORAD.
Everything landed here, right, Griffin?
Yeah. Which, by the way,
NORAD?
IRL NORAD is a military installment which they dug into the mountain, and it's basically just used for aerial communications between us and Canada, for the most part. Also military defenses. But
She looks over at Griffin. Everything from the real world got scattered over the 5 rings, right?
North American Aerospace Defense Command.
Right?
I am.
Making some fun little fictional notes about some real things is the fun little privilege of writing the world the way I do.
Angel's gonna ask Griffin, so a lot of the real life things got scattered over the 5 rings, right? So...
Yeah. Which means if he found that thing here, that means a piece of that is here.
Isn't that dangerous?
Yeah.
Oh, I know where it would be, too.
As far as, at least in terms of SCAG notable research, where specifically they said a chunk of the Rocky Mountains of North America landed, was a little place that they referred to as the Rusted Peaks.
Rusted Peaks. What is that?
Which is in Sablehearth and mostly Dwarven country.
Oh man, I have to go there anyway for like a thing. We could go check there if you want to when we go for a party. I have a party in like 3 weeks.
Yes, I wrote that there because I just really like the fact that I named the place the Rusted Peaks, so it works out.
Avery, do you want to check there in like 3 weeks when I go to my party?
I'm scared to, but at the same time, yeah.
Okay. I'll write it down. She writes it down a note for 3 weeks from now. For all of her stuff.
Again, as far as how I write this shit, every player character is tied to each other in everything from big to small ways. Everybody's got to tie to everybody else in one way, shape, or form.
I think I've been to Colorado Springs.
I live here, my guy.
Hi, sorry. My father-in-law wanted to bitch
One
about
of the
his
fastest
daughter,
growing
which
cities
I
in
let
the
him.
United States.
Why it's so expensive anyway.
So we're going to go to... Angel's like, I think I want to feed the children now before they start pulling my clothes off.
Children will do that. They absolutely will.
And they're
happily
fiends,
helps
so...
you. No,
Okay.
with that in
I do
mind.
also want to plan on going to that dragon thingy, probably in the morning. Should we wait till the morning when it's a little warmer and the sun's gonna hit on it?
It's up to you guys.
Time
What
is
do you
it
want to
right
do?
now?
Right now, after that mental dive, it's about 4 p.m.
I think
So
we
that
could go.
would take about an hour.
It's like late afternoon. Should be fine.
I'm just letting you know that there are more monsters inside the towers that live there, so it's why I'm just questioning if we should go there right now.
Vanessa says and brings up a good point. She'd say now, just in case anyone comes to destroy it.
Or anything in there decides to start.
Even
Going
more of a
haywire.
reason.
I could put it in some amber.
That big would require a shitload of
If
amber.
anything in there gets out, like the aboleth,
We have enough amber, my guy. Did you forget that one dragon? That
Living
for
creatures get
whatever reason-
complicated with amber storage.
I know.
The reason it works on corpses is because corpses are considered objects.
No, we did it to the tower so it wouldn't go anywhere. Sealed it inside of the amber so I could mess with the time span inside of it.
Can I also point out we did raid at one point a dead dragon's horde that apparently he was so obsessed with amber there was nothing but amber, everything, and I was very, very confused that whole episode because my name is Amber.
Not okay with that one. That was so much amber.
either way.
How to
I'm
drive
for
your
going
dog
now.
insane in 10 seconds or less. Name it stay.
I agree with Vanessa. There's no reason we shouldn't go ahead and knock this out now.
Oh, there is absolutely a reason. There's a woman giving birth. But, our
Wait,
healer
there
is
is?
giving birth, so considering she used up her spells earlier today, she might want to rest.
You are
R-E-S-T-T.
actively in labor, and you will be for the duration of the session. That said, still, because again, 2 powerful entities are giving birth, I need you to, now that you're here, give me one more con
Well,
save.
Shit.
If any of us don't
Not
need
you,
to
Amber.
actually sleep and can just trance, maybe they could go camp out by the site
I
to
should not have rolled the stress dice.
I'm hating my day today.
No, he wanted me to roll it, not you.
He said for me to roll another
Nope.
one.
I meant you,
Okay.
and then I said, not you, Amber.
Oh, I thought you said not you, Amber, because you...
Sorry.
11.
Sometimes it's hard to hear the comma in my voice.
Amber.
11, and I have to go give a baby a bottle. I am turning a laptop around so I can hear it better.
Okay, 11, you're fine. You don't incur the injury, and the demon baby's wanting to call out of your body like the angel did.
Avery would suggest that I tried to roleplay this out, but wasn't given the chance.
Go ahead.
Avery suggested that someone who doesn't need to sleep and could just trance could maybe just camp out by the corpse to make sure.
I'm actively in labor. I
Happens
can't
to
do
it.
shit.
I have a question. For everybody involved who would all feel better if I had my children pick up the corpse and put it in a thing of amber.
Ow, my foot. Hold on. Ow. Why is there vampire teeth on the floor?
I'm asking Vanessa, would she feel more comfortable if I
No,
asked the great
question mark?
worms to put
And
it
we
in
need
amber?
to get rid of the amber.
to clarify,
no.
so that is a spell called
It's a
Vault of
spell.
Amber. It will basically turn whatever you wrap around it into just a single amber nugget, and then when you dispel it, you get the full thing that you contained within it back. That said, it gets complicated when you use it on living creatures, which means they don't stay inside. So if there's anything living
this
in there and
isn't
then you
a
try to
living
amber it
creature.
up,
Then it
the
will come
living
out.
things
and
will
I-
just be ejected out to play.
Yeah, but then I have great wounds.
Oh, but if there's fish swimming around inside it now, then
No, because we literally, it's not in the
Okay,
water.
so I'm going to write a high magic setting where there's wizards that
it's also
absolutely
half
abuse
in
that.
water. It's also half in water. So
Actually, DM, we were able to keep. You said that there was a secondary possibility because of this time space that was kept in that one area, that because of the Vault of Amber that we put around that one tower, that nothing happened to it because of the weird juxtaposition of the time magic.
Yeah, you put Vault of Amber around the one tower, there was nothing living inside, hence nothing got ejected.
I can feed it to the dragons for breakfast. I mean, they're huge. And there will only ever be one of them, so.
we could all go, and just one of us stays behind to stay with Piper.
I mean, on the one hand, at least with this idea, it is a hell of a way to transport that thing, encasing it in amber, which means you wouldn't, if you were to do it properly, you would encase a little bit of water in the process, but that's fine.
Oh no, water. Whatever shall we do?
That's what I think.
Well, I'm going to go, says Vanessa. Well, I'm going to go secure the tower. You two focus on your children. What tower?
Do you want to secure the tower? We can secure the tower. I can just summon two of my larger children to go out there and help you with it.
What tower are we talking to? I thought we were going to.
There's a tower.
There's a tower on the back of the dragon turtle, technically in the back of the dragon turtle.
Okay. Didn't put that. Didn't know that. Cool.
And the wizard tower has defenses as dry as I wanted to put it in amber, because if I put it in amber, anything that's living comes out of it, and we don't have to fight it directly with its actual space.
Everything in the tower, we can fight right then and there. It comes to us. We don't have to go to it and be jump scared.
Vanessa says, I mean, then we'd have to fight everything in the complex at once. Normally in dungeons, you take on small groups of enemies consecutively. And one of them already enslaved a dragon. Do you want to risk your children?
On my foot.
Avery's just like, I don't have a strong opinion either way. Whatever y'all decide on, I'll go along with. Pregnant pause.
I mean, there is a woman in the background actively giving birth.
And Angel's going to literally look over at Vanessa. I am going to try to get the Archfey to get the Mercury children out of her hoo-ha.
Okay.
That's all we need is for Vistris to show up and get pissed off.
Literally a pregnant pause, actually.
And she looks over at Piper. I prefer for Vistris to not show up and get pissed off at all of us, because that's not fun.
I can handle Vistros. I'm gonna have to learn how to deal with gods on my own. I know. Ah! Hold on, she's having a contraction. I'm making this real. Really real.
Okay, I understand that the mercury burns. How bad are we talking here? Like
So,
a level of 1 to 10.
As a DM, first of all, just trying to gather the intent here. Is it basically going to be a split between Angel and Piper trying to deal with not only the kids that just happened, but also having new kids, and then...
Hold on. Angel, I've got this. I've been training the past 2 years Piccolo how to deal with this, just in case.
Wait, he does have deity. He'll be fine. The radiance will be fine. It'll be fine. I need you to not be in a... Okay, I'm going to... She looks over at Piccolo. I need you to get her off of the ground and put her on something metal so her hoo-ha stuff comes out, does not eat through the ground, and we do not have poisoning on the ground. Thank you very much.
Sure.
She has a foot. Oh my god, just do what the tiny gnome says. I'll deal with Vistris. Oh, fuck. Just do what
Do you want me to put you in the pool? Because I can put you in the pool.
No water contamination.
Smack
It's
him.
mercury.
I almost did hit Dusty at one point. Can I smack Piccolo because I wanted to do it?
You are an archfan. He is.
Look, I was just
he is
suggesting.
sharp.
What about like one of the more... There's a few pools here.
No.
Smack him again.
No, not my magic healing water.
We could ask what's a Dal?
No.
A genie. Essentially. Grabs his hand.
Sure is a Homer Simpson going, no!
He would rub on her horn ring and call it O2. Call it... I'm assuming that you meant to say call it out.
Oh my god, that sounds so wrong.
Call out via Deo. Yep, she fixed it. We'll
Rub
call
on
it
her
out.
horn ring and call it O2. Hey, O2. I'm sorry. Contextually, the grammatical slip just sounds fucking funny as hell and wrong as hell.
Angel's already pulling out a bolt of silver material to stick underneath her body.
Okay, so summoning out the Dal. So, what's going on? I'd very much like to know.
Lots of interest.
Ooh, the ground here vibrates. Oh,
Grabs
dead
the,
dragon, that's fun. What's going on?
It's a very special dragon, but that's neither here nor there.
Neither am I.
Mercury babies coming out of a fae.
Vanessa
Yeah.
is asking, is Tease dressed?
He's dressed to the bare minimum.
Loincloth.
underwear on. Great.
I mean, he's got a loincloth.
There you go. Fine. Whatever.
He's got his underwear. It's fine.
Okay.
And being
Mercury
a Dao and an
babies.
Earth Genie, his feet are completely actually blending in with the rock under his feet, and almost suffused with it.
No dong to the face this time.
Mercury babies coming out of the Archfey.
Ooh,
Divine Mercury babies.
birth, fantastic. Now,
Points at
is
Angel.
this a matter of a wish for a smooth delivery, or am I here to bear witness?
This is not my first time trying to avoid the water.
Because I'll happily stare at,
Can you just
that
help me?
lovely
Help me.
little canal. It wouldn't be the first time.
She looks over at Nicodemus. Take this silver sheet. Put it underneath her body. Just put it under her body.
Yeah, I'm way ahead of you, love.
Oh, god damn.
Angel, I'm saying this with his mom.
I'll look at Vanessa. You want to just go up there and let them do their thing? I kind of want to let them do their thing.
This one's Avery, right?
That's my name. I'd say a wish, so all childbirths are painless for her.
All
No.
childbirths? That's an
No,
investment.
no,
Are you
no,
willing to
no,
pay
no,
that, Piper?
No, Piper needs it. She needs the pain. I need the pain. I won't know if she's
Oh, your
coming
name's
after me.
Piper. That's fun. I wasn't even addressing you.
Nope. The pain's fine. The pain's fine. Angel, I say this with all love and amazingness. I know you want to be here, but go check out the tower with him. I would be fine. I can deal with the mistress.
Tower. Is that a euphemism?
No, I wish.
I'm gonna message Piper something.
I'm going.
I'm gonna private message you
It's a
something.
playful day. It's a little cold out there. Blizzard going on. Divine energies everywhere. This is nuts.
He shrugged. No, world-shattering tower. It was rammed into the back of a dragon turtle.
Still sounds like a euphemism. My world would be shattered too. If a tower got shoved into my back. Sorry, right.
I have a question. Because Piper is so good at medicine, would Piper know if Angel's done giving birth today?
I mean, that's up to a medicine check, frankly.
Hold on a minute.
I mean, if you're making a check, I'll go ahead and I know you have expertise in it. Or wait, do you have expertise or only proficiency?
Hold on.
Piper's got expertise, I'm fairly certain.
Okay, then I don't.
Hold on, Hodors.
I'm
You
talking.
guys have
I was just
horses,
answering a
hold them,
question.
please.
It's all good.
Like, I know. I'm trying to think. Okay, I will put this into context. I had to go to a birthday party today. Dusty hasn't been here in over 24 hours. My brain hurts. I can only focus on one thing at a time.
Well,
And I feel bad when I don't focus on what somebody is verbally telling me. I feel really bad, okay?
It's all good.
I wasn't verbally telling you or talking to you, so you're
Oh,
fine.
I thought you were. I'm sorry.
No, I was talking to Joe, and mostly to myself.
I was clarifying a question for him about you, but not to you.
Yeah,
Oh,
same.
okay.
Yep.
I was talking about maybe helping you with a expertise check, but then dismissing the fact because you already have expertise.
I'm asking Piper a question.
Yeah, which as a note, Angel, that buzzing is still getting louder.
Yep.
Uh-oh. That's also a note to me, so good to know.
So, just again, Vanessa, are we willing to put in the legwork for a wish to make the childbirth painless? And I know she already said no to the painless. That's on her end, but you're the one making the wish. I can override her request, of course, since you're the one addressing me. Of course, that depends entirely on what's going on. Usually, I'm bound to 3 wishes, but I have warlocks to take care of, so that kind of breaks that rule.
She wants it to be painful as her choice. It has to be.
Ah.
Piper won't know if she can push it out or not. She has very bad introspection when there's no pain.
Well then, let me clarify. What am I here for? Just to take in the smells of the sulfurous remains of a golden dragon?
No, you said there's no sulfur.
There's no sulfur smell.
True.
I think she's
That must mean somebody farted.
Looks at the Dow like she's going to murder him. I'm going to say this with as much of the least amount of aggression I can because I'm in pain. But what do you think happens when that whole entire body, part of your body, contracts?
Oh no, I get it. And besides, regardless, as well, Vanessa, honestly, if you're going to ask a type of genie to help with birth, I would have gone with an Ifrit. Frankly, that's me.
Okay, you know what? I have a question.
Yes.
Oh, great Dow. Can you do me a big favor and seal up that wizard tower so we don't have anybody going in or out? Just so we don't lose anything from it and they're not able to do anything with it. So that way we can keep our spoils. That'd be great.
I mean, I don't do favors, I do wishes. So, Vanessa, is that the wish that you would like to make on her behalf, I suppose?
If she wants to make a wish, that's her choice. It's not mine, though.
Yeah, don't.
He's given Avery a wish before.
True, but I've
Yeah.
wanted to fuck Avery.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, you'd have to also get, we'd have to get permission from my girlfriend Say hello, hun.
He goes
Hi.
like,
Oh, you're already sitting. Would make it even easier to make it a 2-person party.
oh my god. And letting you know that Angel makes the crowd disperse back into the home. This is not to be watched. This is not one of those days.
So you don't want to seal the tower. That's fine. She does. So, let's see here.
I just want to secure it.
God, what wish
Very humid place.
favor was granted.
I'm guessing just till Angel or burns are done, because could I roll that medicine check at a disadvantage since obvious pain is obvious?
Since you're distracted, sure. Yeah, fuck it. You can always self-impose disadvantage on things.
I'm sorry, it just makes too much sense for me not to. It's a 21 total because that was a 3 plus 18 currently.
18 medicine.
Or 21.
21. Okay, DC was 20.
It was 3 plus 8. Unless I got a nat 1, I was gonna know.
DC was 20. First of all, you are working on becoming an archfey. So that has granted you some level of preview into magical facets that you normally don't really have access to. And for a moment, you swear, especially like right mid-contraction, your eyes dilate and unfocus for a moment, and you swear you have x-ray vision for a half second. You see Angel's bones. You see how they're all out of whack from, you know, various surgeries and bits of adventuring and jumping into dragon's mouths. And then you see...
Makes the mental note where everything is to go fix later.
Medical makeover.
You see a couple of floating motes that are spinning around like a goddamn centrifuge in her body. They don't move that fast unless they're on their way out. But they're not making their way down to the exit point very quickly at all.
Oh, no.
It's gonna be hot in here. But you know, the Angel's kind of tipsy. Everybody in the club get tipsy.
Okay, you may have summoned something into existence because the moment that got posted, something got sore.
Oh, shit.
Piper will answer. Yes, because I apparently, according to my mother, have the worst introspection one could ever have. So even if I knew it was time to push, if I had no pain, I would not push because there's no reason to push. And the people will get stuck and I will have to be cut.
Push it real good. Sorry, I had to.
So I can't like, I have to.
Are we done today, Piper, or am I going to need to move?
That buzzing is getting louder and louder to the point where you can barely hear yourself talk, Angel.
Okay, Angel, I think we need to look into this, like, now.
Look into what?
You don't... You do, right?
You know. She's...
After another contraction, you see a third mote enter the spinning party. Then a fourth.
Angel just kind of... Can I tell that she can't hear that well?
Yeah, then a fifth.
I'm guessing she's yelling. Just gonna motion to the gnome to bend down.
I'm letting you know that she's starting to move towards the ladder to go up to go get the tower. She's like, I guess we're done here. So...
Yeah, Angel, roll me a con save.
It's like, no, come back. Wait, I don't know. She's still in 30 feet, right? Is she still in 30 feet?
Yeah, I'm still in 30 feet.
Angel, she yells telepathic, get your ass fucking down here.
Brave.
I mean, she is a bard. EDM might as well start coming out of her body.
She mentally yells that as loud as she can over the mental buzz.
Ow.
And she can't physically hear. Get your ass back down here now before I have Piccolo grab you and carry you by your toenails.
Uh-oh, one of the babies plays dubstep.
I'm gonna sit down now, yeah?
What was your con save, Angel? 1?
It's been a day.
Right at the moment that Piper finishes yelling, You feel a popping sensation, like in the front of your face, and your nose starts bleeding.
Awesome.
I say, I'm bleeding.
Just start, I set fire to the rain because there's like 15 in there or something. How many spinning modes? Because she.
God, what is this chaos happening right now?
Which
There's
actually,
so many things happening right now.
As a note, you know what? Let's see here. Xanon's outside, right, guarding the door. Go ahead and give me a perception check, Xanon.
Okay.
Xanon, not Angel.
Zanananan.
Xanonana. Xanonana.
Perception check, Neseo.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
This is absolute chaos.
Give me a second. I need to rinse my stuff real quick so that way I can. Yeah.
19 total.
19 total. Okay, easy enough to tell. Looking out at the storm, and you have, kind of an integrated storm in your body at this point as well, you have an ability to recognize the blizzard isn't just going in a wind direction. It's spinning like a centrifuge.
Oh my god, why is
Uh-oh.
What? I missed it.
Gigantic, spinning snowstorm.
Woo, cyclone. Nice.
And that's where we're going to take our first break.
Take a break.
Holy shit!
The cyclone is in what?
It is going around the whole fucking town, and it seems centered on this little spot where you are standing and your friends, or at least allies, lie beneath.
Okay, the cyclone is around us.
Yep.
Awesome. So what I'm hearing is stay underground. or teleport outside the cyclone.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. As Amber's gone. Fuck. Did I end the break prematurely?
No, we're good.
Okay.
We're good. Everyone's here.
And I think Amber's just being a mom. All right, cool. Cool. So yes. The storm above is fucking swirling. You were all beneath the vortex. And swear you see a swirling, and swear you see a farmhouse flying with a 14-year-old girl and a small black dog inside of it. No, I'm kidding.
Toto, no! I have a question.
We're gonna go ahead and deal with the Wicked Witch of the West. Which witch? What do you mean? You're not Nas.
I have a question. Was that movie just after she died from the tornado? Like, that's a question I had.
One of the
Did she just go to
interpretations, yeah.
heaven?
That's one of the
Oh, okay.
interpretations. I mean, she leaves a world of black and white and goes into a world of color, so.
Don't make me
What?
do this.
Why are we leaving? What?
They're talking about the Wizard of Oz for some reason.
Wizard of Oz is an afterlife film. All right.
If you think about it, at the beginning, she gets stuck in a tornado. And they don't know what happens to her. And then she, like, goes through this, like, Technicolor Dreamcoat of situations. And then somehow gets brought back to black and white.
On the head. She got hit real hard.
She
got hit so hard on the head she could see in Technicolor.
She's in a coma. She's in a coma.
Okay, I get it now. Okay. I was just like, huh?
It's very rare that brain damage actually improves things.
Oh my god.
Nestra's jingle jangling her keys at y'all. Dial it in.
All the
right,
same.
Amber cut her hair. Yeah, I did.
We're
How we
back.
do this?
So,
Hey, they're high.
As you both double over,
I got better.
it seems the second stage of this may take a minute.
Oh no.
Piper, with that previous medicine check, first of all, those 5 swirling orbs were not previously present in her body. Meaning they jumped in and joined the party in like the last 5 minutes.
I'm gonna try to say that in between contractions. Where the fuck did my ball yarn go?
Which may or may not have something to do with the fact that she also went into a memory dive into some of her past self. Might have come out of that with some souvenirs.
Multiple souvenirs. Woo.
Woo!
5.
There was also other things that happened, so... Oh man, there's gonna be more than that. Okay, awesome.
So, with that in
I
mind,
can count.
it means for at least within reason,
Okay.
Piper and Angel may be a bit indisposed,
Fuck.
having to deal with this.
'Kay.
So, here I make a slight offer.
Hold on. Megan can't hear it all because
Oh, it's fine. I'm directing this toward you, Amber.
I would like to
My
be able
lips
to
are
make
missing.
her because she's slow.
Alright, hand me that. I'll have to go through the wash and see if oops.
I bad at making decisions.
I just now got the clothes out.
I guess.
Yeah, that was what the sound was. The sound was these. If you can find them, they're probably
No, the sound was. I found more.
Of the dice.
Dice.
Where are the dice?
Here.
No.
Oh, hand them to me.
Did they get washed?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
That glass that you have in there.
Okay, it's fine.
Now it's full of
Hopefully it's not some of the ones she
Yeah,
made that
things
got
you're gonna be
washed.
looking for are pink.
I hope not.
Little loops with pink.
I hope that you have somewhere else.
What happened? Did your dice get washed?
Hold on, she don't have her headset yet.
I might be ordering new loops. Sorry, guys.
What happened? Did your dice get
Your
washed?
loops. I thought you
Loops?
said dice.
Clarify.
No,
What?
You said dice.
Well, I was making dice, and so like I had things in my pockets, and nobody knew that there was stuff in my pockets, and put things in the wash, and so I'm missing my loops. And
Am I weird for running pockets before I throw anything into a machine?
no, I usually do. I usually check them before I put them in the wash, but
were
I
just in
wasn't
a rush.
thinking. Yeah, so
Gotcha.
Always happens.
So, I'm sorry, what got destroyed?
my loops.
The earplug thingies.
Yeah, my earplugs.
Ah, okay.
So I've got to go get new ones.
Didn't know what you meant.
Okay,
All right.
Okay.
So this offer actually goes to Amber.
Oh. Okay.
Since you and Angel are going to be a little bit indisposed, dealing with producing of new offspring, how would you feel about a certain knoll riding on a ship coming into port?
Isn't he in Angel's necklace?
Oh, that's right.
He's the babysitter. He's in there. All you have to do is call him.
Some roleplay games would prohibit child characters and pregnancy. I feel like this is the opposite.
This was heavily discussed before I even started the campaign as a personal request from a couple of people. So I obliged.
Also, the whole point was Bruce
Typically, I
became
wouldn't
a
run this kind of
stay-at-home-
thing, but I've gotten used to it now.
Bruce became a stay-at-home dad because Teresa's busy with royalty shit.
Mm-hmm. So the offer stands, since after all, updating to epic scaling on the sheets gets a little complicated anyway. Would you want to play Bruce alongside Violet, I suppose, alongside the rest of the party for the tower exploration segment?
You'd have to call him. He's probably being towered by like 6 children right now. Piggyback rides.
Puppies.
Puppies!
I don't know.
I can
My
see the
brain a
dog
few seconds
staring at
to-
me through my camera.
Did you just say you see my thoughts staring at you through camera?
No, I see my dog.
Oh, yeah, he is. He, she, they.
She is.
I was like, I don't know.
Cat's a he. Dog's a she.
Yeah, she's a fluffy fluffer. And then he's the one that's always like, love me! Pay attention to me!
I think I will because, you know, Scooby got thrown away by my bitches-in-law. So, yeah.
Okay. In
He
which
is
case,
Scooby-Doo
then,
Batman.
in which case, for those that have never encountered this character before, because he was briefly Speak English,
Retired.
idiot. I was about to say retired.
Required?
That's the second time you've inserted a W today.
What?
My brain is fucking damaged.
My brain.
My brain.
Oh,
now
I
we just
love
gotta
that brain damage.
I
Cambridge.
hope the computer can pick up Bruce's voice. I hope to God. Because I can't read him.
For those who have not encountered Bruce before, would you like to describe him, as he has spent now 2 years not only likely doing a bit of training, but also being an interim babysitter?
Interim
For
babysitter
divines.
at home dad.
For divines.
White tweet.
So. You see come out of Angel's Necklace a husky golden retriever kind of hybrid looking gnoll. Very, very ripped, doesn't wear a shirt because he has on his chest a very intricate tattoo of that essentially functions as a clock of a tree with a person sitting underneath. And it's magical and glowing. It literally glows where the position of the sun is in the day. Hold on, let me re-look at Knowles again. Hold on. Knowles. Image.
He did have gold bracers on his feet last time.
Yeah,
we
you
were
are a
talking.
canine null variant specifically, rather than a.
I know, I just
decline.
wanted to say, so he's kind of like Gloria Retriever. Sort of, yeah, except for without a shirt and instead has pants and kind of walks around like the beast. No, but that is his actual dog that he has named Tiny.
He has a dog
Mini.
named Tiny.
But it's a Tibetan Mastiff. Huge doggo named Tiny because he's a dog. But yes, so has bracers. Also wears wizard's robes, but still no shirt. So it's just like wearing a coat without a shirt.
V would whisper. Yeah, you go ahead.
V would whisper to Angel, "Are gnolls not demons in your world?" Hi,
No.
They're not.
hi. I heard pain. Is everything okay?
Are you okay? Annie, are you okay?
Bruce, you have something on your back. Can I have the small blue child, please? Before you
Good to
decide
know.
to go on a bit of an adventure.
Just bends down.
As you retrieve the child, they're busy holding on to your ears before they finally let go.
I don't need. Okay, how are
A
you in a
solution.
chain on the Knoll's back? Is this why he's so ripped all the time? Is because he's just carrying like 4 kids at the same time?
A solution.
I said I wanted to be a personal
It's
trainer when I grew
umbilical.
up, and I decided why not start early.
Oh my god.
You know, kid, you got brain. Can I start talking now?
Auntie Piper is not feeling well. I think I need you to go back in the necklace until this is gone.
Also, Uncle Griffin showed me that Yoda song. So I thought it was a good idea.
Oh my god.
So, I've heard these cries of pain before, like Teresa did. Is everything okay? Do I need to get hot water and towels?
Oh, we're fine. But when Teresa did it, that was so much worse considering they were all kittens and it was so bloody.
So many.
Kit fluffs. Kit fluffs. They were like kittens mixed with doggos. It was cute.
It's what
We're
absolutely
getting-
happened
we're
after
getting
Treasure Planet.
Kittens and puppies.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready for kittens.
Except for instead of
Are
them being gendered, they were actual mixes.
Oh, okay. I need you to go with these
And at least
people
they
to
didn't
go
pop
and
out like a certain
secure.
90s TV show.
I need you to go
Oh.
secure the wizard's tower, please, if you could.
The wizard tower. What wizard tower?
There's a wizard tower on top of a dead dragon turtle. You'll see it. Bright as day.
Yeah, but first you'll see a giant blizzard cyclone.
Okay. He's got calf muscles of steel. Even if y'all didn't teleport to the outside, he could very easily try to trek on his own.
And can you tell Violet that I know that she's pregnant and she needs to stop acting like she's avoiding me because I can't not tell her that she's pregnant if she avoids me?
Tell Violet to come here, okay?
Okay. It's not what I said, but all right.
And just starts going upstairs because she could smell it. He could smell her.
Okay.
By the way, Venestra, how commonly tall is
She's like, I think she said she was like 8 to 10 feet tall.
Anestra, I think that's a no. As far as I know, we're still in the springs underground because
8 foot to 10 foot? Oh, it'll be the
weather.
if she's currently 10 foot, it'll be the first time he's had to look up at somebody because he's 9 foot tall.
Can we get... I don't know if we should move from where we're at right now.
Oh wait, Violet would still be down around there. Okay, he wouldn't be going anywhere. He'd just be going to another corner of the cave.
I will say Violet probably ain't giving birth today.
Thank God.
I figured hers was gonna be normal because she's not
weird.
She's not weird like Piper and Angel. Hi. Goes to Violet. Hi.
Hi.
So,
Oh my god.
God damn it, Venestra.
I'm sorry, I'm
Starts
just imagining that
spinning,
warring
making
up like a
machine
minigun.
noises.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
While Griffin gets out some of his ancient human speakers and just starts playing Fortunate Son.
Which one is that one?
It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no Fortunate Son.
I'm me. I'm me. I know I'm Fortunate Son. You gotta say it with the swang, and Megan can get it a little better.
I don't got no swang.
So,
Hi, Angel wants you
Yes.
over there.
okay. You can see her just kind of walk with a dog with her tail between her legs. Just like over there. I can see the baby glowing inside your belly. Stop complaining and stop acting like a butt and just get over the fact that you're pregnant.
You know, the funny thing, those lyrics didn't ring a bell, but hearing the like that rang a bell.
Okay. Anyway,
All I hear is ba-da-na, ba-da-na, ba, ba-da-na, ba, ba-da-na, ba-da.
I have brought the other doggo.
Angel looks up at Violet. I can see the baby in your belly. I can't hear you right now, so even if you try to answer me, all I'm gonna be able to do is read your lips, because luckily one of my kids can only speak in sign language.
I'ma just medicine check at disadvantage to what's her name?
Violet?
Violet. That's a 33. Would she be able to tell?
You know, this is also picking up on some cues from the last few days, with Violet being a little averse to certain foods. Yeah.
One as a doctor and as a previous midwife.
She got imbued with the power of a paladin of the sun.
They're gonna have some babies, probably an egg form. You're pregnant.
Was
Get
very receptive to
over
his
it.
healing hands.
Oh my god, shut up. So, is there a reason we're not returning to the banner?
So, because there's a swirling centrifuge on this hole. It's the only safe space in miles.
You guys can feasibly go out into it. It's not centered on the hole. It is going around the town.
Which means that technically, because the dragon turtle is not in said town, it might be dangerous. Go see said dragon turtle. Is it around the dragon turtle? Is he included in the town?
I guess we need to go out to see.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Finestra, I'm gonna go with you two having baby brains. I can, just walk us there.
I would prefer not to give birth inside of a turtle.
So,
Angels.
Finestra, that triple
Violet's not anywhere
chained
close to
gif
that.
is beautiful. Thank you.
So, am I needed for anything else?
I'm gonna need you to go with Violet and protect Violet going to this dragon turtle thing.
Looks down at Violet. Okay. Picks her up, puts her on his shoulders. Let's go.
Hey, I'm not that short. Okay.
Just starts taking off. I can smell the dead turtle.
Oh yeah, with your fucking nose, you can smell that shit, even through the blizzard. You know what's funny about cold weather? It makes things smell stronger, for some fucking reason.
Less particles moving for it to travel through. There we go. I can speak English.
More accurately, the air particles are closer together, so more air particles enter your nose.
Oh yeah, everything is more condensed. That's true. Air is also sharper.
And this shit is foul.
By the way, Bruce is my first thought. Let's
You roll
go.
a con save.
So, somebody stop the gnoll before he tries to brave the storm. He don't know there's a storm.
I mean,
I
he
did
can
tell
kind
you
of
there
see
was
it.
a storm.
I told him there's a storm.
Oh. Well, can somebody tell him, let's not go into the storm, let's go travel? Because he's still just like, I can take it.
Yeah, Vanestra can also do the walk magic thing to kind of skip most of the trudge if need be.
I can straight up teleport.
That too.
Though it is a high level spell, and if possible, I'd like to avoid using it.
He's like, I can take it. My body can take it. He's like Markiplier somewhat also. You know how Markiplier constantly is like, my body can take it. I want to know what my body can take.
Fucking jocks.
Yep. He's absolutely done that playing dead.
Anymore.
I'll explode it. Maybe.
Maybe y'all should tell the gnoll, hey, We got easier transport because he doesn't realize that. He is very... So think of my baby brain come a person.
Hey, you furry brute. We got other ways to get through the storm.
Name's Bruce. Hi. There's actually a collar around his neck, and in big letters on a bone tag is Bruce.
Yeah, I'm sticking with furry brute.
His name
You
is
could go
Bruce.
furry Bruce, to be fair, to split the difference.
His name is Bruce.
I heard you the first time.
Well, Bruce, come here. He obeys.
Oh my.
Somebody is finally bigger
This
than
one's a
him. He
new
goes
one.
to space.
What did you say his name was? Bruce? I'm still out here, by the way.
Oh, yay, the horny genie.
Hi. Good boy. Now then, who's going to the...
Ah. Likes praise.
Yes, his tail is wagging.
Well. Does the gnome need a leash, then?
The gnome need a leash?
No, only my wife has that.
Good to know.
Halcyon. Halcyon,
Yes, what's up? What do you need?
can you...
Can I what?
Never mind.
Are you good? Hello?
I'm good. I'm good.
Speak
I'm
common.
good. I'm good. I can speak. She starts speaking in Sylvan. He's fucking
He walks up
asshole.
to you, just gets a handful of your hair. You finally being forced to confront the fact that you're pregat.
I'm pregat. I get it. I don't care. Or preganant,
Is
whatever it is.
pregante.
No, it's too uncomfortable.
Not in front of the crab ragoon.
Crab
So does he
ragoon,
drag
where?
her- Does he lift her off of Bruce? Because how the fuck he's 9 foot tall and on her? She's on his shoulders, like a little kid riding their dad.
He has
on-
wings. He has wings.
Yeah.
Oh,
wings.
good, I forgot about that.
Float up.
Bruce looks down at you. Congratulations, he says in Sylvan.
That voice in Sylvan is, it's wild. It's already like a really refined and floaty language, but it's that plus like a 50-year-old smoker.
I'm uncomfortable.
Speaks common again. Sorry, I forget my Sylvan sounds really rough. My vocal cords have been damaged since I was 3 years old. Nothing has fixed it. It's here to stay.
We went to Marquez and he still didn't get healed.
Makes you wonder why.
We know why! We know who he's attached to! Be good and I'll tell Etherman you did a good job. Ugh.
His tail starts wagging again. Wait, didn't we move him over to Nemoria because it made more sense?
Yep.
Oh, did we?
Yes, so they could have shared custody.
Oh, okay. Well, do put it, I'll
Vanessa
tell
says-
Memoria to give you lots of bones.
Vanessa says, so who's going? Bruce raises his hand. Can I use my hammer? Pulls out the carrot hammer.
Fucking forgot about that thing.
Yes? Question mark? Says Vanestra.
Good,
Did you
I
get
got
that shit out of the
tired a
Feywild?
while.
Yes.
Like you literally grew a goddamn carrot out around a mall?
Yes.
Mhm.
It was a gift from Piper.
No, it was a gift from Pendra in
Oh,
her
it was.
domain.
Yeah, in her domain.
It's
Yeah.
now a mechanical.
Oh, sorry, no, not Feywild. Goddess of nature. Fuck.
That is not how it looks.
She was
We have
highly
still
amused
yet
at the
to
idea.
actually design it, but the way he's described it, that's not how it works.
You know how
We still
some
gotta
carrots all have
design
like a
it.
mutated growth that's going just fucking sideways? That's kind of the idea.
But the other side of the hammer is. So the way I imagine it is like the carrot just decided to take a U-turn slightly, went left, did a U-turn, and now the sprout's pointing the like sideways.
Why are you guys so much trouble?
You should probably hurry out to that laboratory since it's already getting late. Like real talk.
Are we going? Are we going?
And what do you know? If you run out of spells, it's your own fault because you didn't wait to sleep.
Listen, I'm just trying to keep people happy.
Same.
Bruce, I have no idea what's going on, but I have been around too many children for too long. I need to break something.
It's absolutely fair.
And let's go crack a dragon turtle shell.
Crack it like egg.
Did I get, like,
Need like a fucking jackhammer to get through it.
so all that's going, is Annan in the room where it happened?
Xanon is outside of the cavern. Outside of the cavern, standing guard. So he is out by the storm.
Soaking it in.
Piper's gonna yell, Zan! Wrong character. Xanon, you want to go fight shit? Possibly?
Just tell me when.
I think they're going now.
I will go with them.
All right.
Now then, out into the cold abyss. Nah, that's not the abyss. We've been through the abyss.
Cold
It's nothing.
expanse.
Expanse. There you go.
All right. So what road do you guys want to take? Do you want to just kind of all the way over there? Or do you want to trudge through town to get over there? What's the plan of action?
I think Vanestra wanted to walk so we don't get blown away. Because
Yeah, I think we were gonna use Vanestra's walkability. And is Aiko coming with? I imagine she would, right?
She'd probably stay back, to be honest. Be safer for her.
be
I'll
better
roll,
for her.
see if she's chasing
There's
after
too
you.
We're
or
just
if she's
going
sticking
for
to
a
the
swim,
woods.
yeah?
There's too many small people.
High or low,
Bruce
Avery?
is like only a foot shorter than you if you're.
High or low, Avery?
Oh. There was too many people talking for me to catch it.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Okay. Does not match, so she's chasing after you. Yeah, I'm coming along as well. I'm curious.
Yeah, I haven't seen this thing close up either, aside from a third-person perspective.
I'm letting you know that Angel looks over at Griffin. Go with them so they don't die. Please.
You want me to go?
Yes.
Are
I
you
needed you
sure?
last time. I needed you last time we went to the Wizard Tower.
Are you certain?
So
Piper
certain as he
screams at Griffin.
screams.
Can you tell I'm fucking with you?
Piper's like,
No!
what the fucking hell? No one tells you for fuck's sake!
Y'all are fun. I'm going after him.
Last time I got half of a deck of whatever thing, the thing that you're not supposed to have. Maybe the other half is in the tower.
Who knows? Maybe. All right, so for the sake of brevity, you all managed to make your walk fairly easily. Right on over to the massive carcass of the mutated dragon turtle. Now taking the time to take stock of the creature. The smell off of this thing is horrendous, which, as a note, the storm does directly encircle around the town, and it seems just around the town. Outside of that barrier, the air is stagnant, motionless. There's an open evening sky above you without any storm clouds. The storm is entirely behind you.
Weird.
Even the aurora
Yeah, it's fucking.
seems normal in its coloration here.
Interesting. We're here.
My toes fell asleep. How the fuck did my toes fall asleep?
Yeah. That's how.
I'm so glad I'm playing Bruce at the moment because I don't. My brain is going. What the fuck? Anyway. Oh.
Okay.
Did that just say a BRB?
All right.
Guessing having anything or something?
That way you have the time to take stock of this mutated dragon turtle. Half of its body does reside mostly on land and on the coast. The rest of it still somewhat submerged in water, and you can see parts of its body and its shell and everything in a very mutated fashion split open. Part of it is actively rotted away and already dried. Other parts of it are remnant bits of fairly foul-smelling flesh. But for the most part, it just reeks of old death and decay. Exceptionally old death and decay. For those of you macabre enough to have seen a normal turtle slowly decay over time, it is very much that kind of almost hollowed out look amongst much of this carcass. And you can see the tower embedded partway in the top of this turtle and then down into the shell, where there seems to be more structures and brickwork built out into the internals of the shell. Not accessible from the shell end. You'll most likely have to walk into the tower from the top. And at least with the way everything is right now, it is very much kind of at an axis. It's all a little off kilter.
Violet, what was that thing called? Leaning Tower Pisa?
Yes, the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Is that it?
No, but it is a leaning wizard tower of stupid.
Of which all along the bricks and stonework you can count visibly very, very large runes, of which they don't seem to match any normal arcane language script. Seem to be designed almost all in art of their own, and even just looking at them, it almost seems to slightly hurt the brain. Like trying to read text in a dream.
Bruce has Eyes of the Runekeeper.
Yes, when we switched from Edgerman to Nemoria, because Nemoria...
That's ironic.
I know. We switched between devils, and I gained a different ability.
Eyes of the Runekeeper, fan-fucking-tastic. Okay, great. So, first of all,
I
will
absolutely be able to read this. To take it. I'm gonna take
I need
it.
Bruce, nonetheless, to give me a wisdom save.
Do you have his sheet?
Oh,
You want me to roll for you, Amber?
Oh. Or just give it the modifier. Let's see here.
Or do you have dice?
Hold on. I have dice. I just gotta go grab it real quick. Let me finish. Let me just.
Oh, those bags are coming in handy. Good.
Campaigns. Cotton, yes. Bruce Remus. The bar block.
Bar block cleric. It was originally Claire Lock. Barbaric, yeah. 18 plus whatever the wisdom modifier is. Uh, 18 plus whatever.
Okay, his wisdom saving throw modifier is a +9, so 27. Great. You feel immediately that sensation of a migraine creeping behind your eyeball, but it's not so bad that it causes any damage. And you can immediately read these runes. They're disjointed and maddened, but they all are carefully carved in there with a purpose. There are runes for animate, rise, break, crack, rip, tear, merge, pull. All of these strict movement based runes that are kind of etched into this form, and the way they are seemingly out of order yet structured together, it's like looking at whatever you would expect to find if Picasso did crack. But it's here and functional in the way it is structured.
I'm just gonna repeat back and comment what each of the runes say.
Of which I believe Venestra already took care of gathering up the canister with the Elder Aboleth, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Yes.
Fantastic. So that's what you see from outside of the tower. Now, how do you guys want to approach this?
By approaching it.
Bruce is gonna throw a rock through the entryway.
Okay. You throw a rock through the entryway. God damn it! My words keep slipping. You throw a rock.
He wants to check to see if it's one of those. He's checking for booby traps.
Boobies.
Nothing appears to set itself off just by hucking a rock so far.
V would grab a still living tree branch and hold it in front of her, Amara floating alongside her.
I'm a walk Aegis in front of everyone.
All right. Aegis casually walks out, walking into the entryway of the tower, and about halfway toward what you can tell is a staircase, a tile sinks beneath his foot.
I turn. I want to bring him back. Bring him back.
Reel him in.
He rushes back as exploding upward from a couple of tiles, a clearly blackened, noxious, and necrotic cloud sprays upward.
Oh, thank God, it's poison.
Does he have resistance to necrotic damage or of any sort?
Well, I imagine since he's a robot, but I don't have his sheet.
Necrosis is straight death magic. Let's see here. It would be for Artificer the Steel Guardian, I think so.
It was something. It was either that or it was homunculus. I think he had like a combination of both.
Yeah.
Was
Let
weird.
me get a check here.
It was kind of weird. He wasn't his own race, but like a mix of homunculus and Steel Defender.
Steel Defender.
Or maybe it was Steel Defender flavored as homunculus. I couldn't remember if it was that or vice versa.
It was flavored.
Okay. Immunities to poison, but not to.
Okay, cool. I need him to make a con save then.
Thank you, Venestra, for that. Were we just using the regular? No, we weren't. We weren't gonna just use the regular Steel Defender stats.
No, there were some bumps there, I believe.
Question is, what did we
I believe
decide
he had
to
access
do?
to your saving throw modifiers.
I think we said that. Oh, I don't remember. Fuck. If we'll go with that for now, but I feel like his physical modifiers would be better than mine, and his mental modifiers would be equal to mine.
Yeah. He naturally is a con of +2, so whatever that would make for your Constitution saving throw.
Well, I have a con of +2 also, so.
Okay, so it evens out. Oh, it was based off of
What was based off of? Which one was based off of my charisma mod?
I believe most of his saving throws. So whatever your charisma save is the modifier that he uses.
Okay, so just a +5 to whatever I roll.
Yep.
Well, that makes a soft 15.
15, okay.
Rolled 10. Wait, I'm in proximity to Angel.
That's
That's
I can never
It's
remember
just
which
like-
one.
yeah.
I can never remember which one. So I bring it up just in case it's the right one.
It's all good.
Oh wait. Wait, no, never mind. I already integrated the +2 to the.
Halcyon would be close enough for a +5 there.
Ah, so that's a soft 20 then.
Yep, okay. DC was 18, so he takes half of this.
Thank you, Halcyon.
All right.
So his HP would be.
Minus.
I'm gonna go ahead and write this down so that this doesn't happen again.
Round it up, that'll be 11 necrotic damage.
How do we keep track of that?
Okay. I'd say for now to keep it simple, put it on a calculator app.
11. Oh, wait, no. But what is his HP? So it would.
His HP total, I believe I mentioned it was half of yours. Let me double check here because I think I put
That doesn't sound right.
Let me double check because I think we put these notes under your stuff.
That doesn't sound right at all because he would have more HP than me. Being built tough.
Let me see here.
I
Oh
tried
wait,
doing
no.
a quick
Okay.
search.
So you got the sheet.
didn't
In,
see
you got the
anything.
sheet in your Aegis thread in Avery's notes.
Ah, okay. There's a thread. Got it.
That's where most of his
Got it.
capabilities are. Yeah. So his HP right now is 89.
That ideas, mental stats reflect Avery's. Oh, here we go. It was like a. How was this made? This looks like it came straight out of
D&D Beyond, yeah.
a book. Okay.
When you
cool.
post a D&D Beyond Monster Sheet link, it gives you just straight up a picture of that sheet as well.
Cool. So it was hit points 89. Yeah, I wonder. Oh, it's because it's inert. That must be it.
Yep.
Hopefully that actually becomes a more believable number when it's better.
Yeah. Either way, that gets reduced by 11 for now.
All right, 89 minus 11.
Okay. And it's a good thing that Aegis doesn't have any organic material. But either way, I'm going to flavor necrosis affecting metal. You watch as parts of his body actively begin to rust.
Oh, that's going to be a pain to fix later.
All right. As he trudges in the rest of the way toward the staircase, of which stairs do go up and down, nothing else is at least immediately encountered as far as traps.
Oh, he can repair. 2d8 plus EB hit points. What's PB? Oh, proficiency bonus.
Yeah. Which in this case is 7.
8 plus 7. 8. I think that's 8. 1 and 2. Wow, that's great. 3 plus 7, 10. Okay, he gets most
Took
of it
11
back.
damage. Healed 10 of it back. That's fine. So now he's just got a couple of rust holes. Like a bad repair job on an old Maverick.
And depending on how the day goes, he might use another. He can do that 3 times a day, so.
Yep. Alrighty. That's at least the entryway seemingly cleared out.
Well, let's go in. We got our steel defender defend us.
Or should we wait for my brain to fuck up again and call it Steel Defendo?
Steel defender.
Yeah.
Yeah. I read. I know what's going on.
Okay.
All right.
Wheel to.
All right. So I guess we're following in. I'm
Yeah, what's
confused where we're at
everybody
now.
You're
We're
outside
at the
the entrance to the tower.
Okay.
Bruce chucked a rock in, did a whole lot of not much, and then Avery sent his Steel Defendo in and went far enough that he stepped on a panel and got necrotic gassed.
Then
But
healed
from
most of
that
it back.
I rolled real low.
Oh, it could have been a lot worse.
Could have been a lot worse, yeah. Most of those are ones.
Joe?
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
So we're going to go ahead and go in. Violet's going to just kind of, I don't know, gingerly step. I have no idea.
okay, well.
Well, I've got Aegis walking in front of everyone so that we aren't hit by any of the fucking surprises.
Fair enough.
Bruce is going to start tiptoeing. Very weird seeing a 9-foot tall gnome trying to tiptoe, all Scooby-Doo style.
Arguably very comedic. He's going to...
And then there's just Aegis kind of mechanically clunking.
Hold on, V's going to do something. What's V doing?
He's going to quietly walk in, looking about warily. Quiet AF hooves, just like everyone else.
Alright, so V's tip hooving. Bruce is tip pawing. Aegis is...
Aegis is clunking. Yeah.
How's everybody else going to approach this? course.
I already said how I was approaching it.
Quietly?
Gingerly.
Gingerly. Fair enough.
Gingerly.
In which case, then, also, how is Xanon approaching this?
I would stretch my wings out and hover above the ground.
Okay, cool.
How wide is this hallway?
So, entering into the hallway, the main entryway initially is a little bit narrow. At least the main doorway. The doorway itself is about 3 feet, but then getting into the larger hallway into the tower, the radius that I should say better diameter, really. The diameter of the tower looks to be roughly 40 feet to 40 feet end to end, at least in the major tower structure. Of course, down beneath goes into the dragon turtle shell. So everybody who is approaching gingerly as you are, go ahead and give me a stealth check. V's already got a 41.
Okay, give me a second.
Do I have advantage since I'm not walking?
I'm not sneaking. I'm just walking along regularly.
Yeah, stealth in general is just generally about being subtle. So there,
17
there's, of course,
plus 6.
17 plus 6. There is some sound that comes off from flight, of course. So I'd say you'd still have to roll.
Roll a dice, that's
Flapping
it.
of wings and disruption.
Okay.
and all that.
I'm not being purposely loud, but I'm not being subtle.
Are we in dim light or darkness?
18 plus
What'd you
whatever
get?
my-
Which one?
18 plus whatever my modifier is.
For Bruce, that's going to be, and then say that again, Miss Sayo.
Are we in dim light or darkness?
Right now, it is particularly dim. Most of what you're getting is the leftover aurora light and moonlight. Once you get into the tower, it's going to be pretty dark. There seem to be no active lights, at least where you are entering. And for
Just
Bruce,
check.
it's a +2, so that's going to be a soft 20. Praise devil's sight! Yeah. Quite a bonus to dark vision.
I thought that I might be wrong.
get
I thought
advantage
changelings
doesn't follow me.
had dark vision.
Bruce is
I
blind,
might be
guys,
wrong.
by the way.
It's 14 total.
14 total?
She's traits.
Okay.
Oh my god.
No, I must have been mistaken. I don't see anything in that for species
So for
traits.
the group stealth, due to that 41, especially the group average, you guys so far doing fine. Nothing seems to take notice, if anything is present to take notice in the first place. But either way, you don't seem strictly acknowledged even by nearby seagulls, some of which are actively picking at this carcass.
As we continue further down the hall, describe it to us, Joe.
Sorry. Small pain in the back that cut me off a little short there. Anyway. Now, you guys are in the main tower structure. There's options to take the stairwell up into the vertical end of the tower, or you can go down into basically the belly of the turtle. It's going to be up to you which route you guys want to take here.
I vote down.
Do I smell anything? Like,
You mean aside from the aroma of long dead carcass? Go ahead and give me a perception check.
which I don't know why we don't have that as we never made him an expert at that. That always annoyed me.
I think he gets advantage anyway because of keen scent being what he is, but
19?
Oh, so does Violet.
19 plus whatever it is?
yeah. I suppose whoever would like to do a perception check for smell, I guess, may do so. In this case, Violet and Bruce are absolutely...
Violet, no, natural 20. I think I have to roll a con save, probably. Do I roll the con save considering I can't handle smells?
I believe you already did earlier when you were approaching.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I still had to roll a second one.
No, not until you really get down into it.
Great.
19 total.
19 total. Okay. Fantastic. So, yeah, in terms of especially the more bestial members of this party, really taking in the smell, there's that natural, instinctive, almost gag reflex that comes up just upon getting the aroma, maybe even a little bit of trying to push something back down that starts to come up with that.
Can I, like, do, like, a baking soda prestidigitation, like, odor be gone?
Smart.
On my nose?
Yeah, you'll have to do it periodically, but it's a cantrip, so that works out. 25 for Mira. Okay, yeah. So, largely with... Oh, sorry, 25 for Venestra. So, Venestra and Violet, the two V's in this case.
What?
You take in the aroma, which, again, like, you begin to try and separate out the sources and the strength of it. By and large, the massive, overwhelming aroma here is old rot and old death that's long since gone past being putrid and now is just desiccated. It's that kind of smell, which unfortunately, in intermingling in the part of this that is submerged, is kind of reputrefying, if that makes sense. So there's that smell that filters in, and then there's also kind of the subtle aromas of what little bits of fresh rot there are from just the leftover mutation, which has since ejected itself from this body. There's also the familiar smell, at least for Bruce, of that sort of entrapping sort of spellbreaker ichor that was left over from the at least now with what Venestra gathered. The canister with the aboleth. There is a distinctly different potency to the aroma here, as this wasn't something that was dead and fully decaying in that shell, but something that was actively sickly and rotting and alive within it. So it has that sort of leftover twinged aroma of pustule and sickly growth left over within it. It has that sort of fresh, mildewy aroma. And that's faint as it is. It seems to be trailed a lot down beneath you. It's that kind of distant. And it is intermingling with the aroma of seawater. As it seems like there was likely a rupture point down there.
Sorry, continue.
As far as other distinctive smells that each of you gather, and even you gather, Bruce, with that 19, the slightest hint in likely various spots beneath you and a couple above you of formaldehyde and various embalming fluids.
I got a 23, Joe.
Yeah.
And mine was 19 plus whatever the modifier was, and
Yep.
I don't know what it is.
What roll?
Bruce's perception was a 3. This is everybody doing a smell check. At least those that
So perception?
yeah.
It was Bruce's perception was a what?
Bruce's was a 23.
22.
22, excuse me.
Mine was a 23.
Yep, 22, 23. Didn't you say that Violet got a natural 20?
Violet got a natural 20 on her sneaking.
Oh, okay. Well, either way.
25 for V.
Yeah. Again, basically everybody who got a 20 or above were able to pick up on these nuances. These aren't exactly
I got 16,
subtle smells.
so.
But, I mean, they're not exactly subtle smells, but getting above a 20 was getting into the ability to differentiate these aromas and kind of figure out where they are. With that, I'd say from V specifically, you do catch the faintest aroma of a couple of things that are a little less offensive higher up into the tower. The smell of wood sealant, and in that the slightest ever so slightest aroma of preserved foodstuffs. So likely there is a kitchen here, which this seems like would be absolutely the shittiest place to install a kitchen. But it seems like that area, even for the faint smell it's giving off, likely hermetically sealed, and probably a good goddamn reason for that. I mean, you're floating around on a big-ass dragon turtle zombie.
Bruce is gonna follow the smell of the ichor stuff that was from the aboleth thing that's leading us down.
Cool.
Further.
As Venestra makes the note of, well, up seems to have something that doesn't smell like death. So, up is something clean smelling, and then there's the Icarus aroma downstairs. Bruce is heading down. Which direction do you guys want to go? Do you want to follow the dog or go after the clean scent?
I'll follow intelligence. If there's more than just the dog going down, then I'll go down. I don't want to be the dog's only babysitter.
Dog is quite capable.
My vote is for up.
Okay. By all means, if you guys want to split this up a little bit to do a bit of brief investigation for that upward smell, you can, as well as going down to go ahead and go after that ichor. If that's the case, I just want to know who wants to go up and who wants to go down in terms of the full split there. That includes you. Megan, are you okay? You look a little zoned out.
I'm zoned out.
Okay, so are you going down after Bruce or up after Venestra?
The thing about this wizard tower is the wizards are almost like at level 25 as far as that's concerned. I remember that the wizard that I was supposed to fight that I actually blew up was a level 40. Which is why I didn't want to go to, that's why I didn't want to go to the tower right away. So... I'm gonna follow Bruce to where the folly is not. Considering what Angel described to Violet.
Okay.
I'll go up with them.
All right. So, Venestra, Xanon, and Avery are going up toward the likely kitchen, and then Bruce and Violet are heading down. All right. I'll go with the simpler of the two options first. So, heading up toward the kitchen. You guys eventually make your way to a heavily locked door, which is easily enough opened as it... Well, sorry. Heavily locked. Fuck. The brain's fucked. Okay. You come to a door that has a heavy lock on it. It does actually have its key currently inside. Opening the door, you open and suddenly start to infect this room with the aroma of death, where immediately at first you're met with the aroma of fresh smells. You can see a number of very, very heavily aromatic spices kind of dotted all around the room, likely to offset things. The scent of sage alone in here is pungent as shit. But there's a number of very heavily sealed containers for granola and other sort of dried foodstuffs, as anything seemingly with moisture to any significant degree may kind of act like a sponge. So to that degree as well, there seemingly in the off-kilter kitchen as it is a stovetop, but there doesn't seem to be anything in here with regards to water, aside from what now seems to be cracked and smashed against the tilted wall, a bowl that seems to have leftover runes of create water on it as a spell.
I want to mend the bowl. That seems like a neat gadget.
Okay. Casting mending on it, the bowl mends itself. However, the enchantment, as that was disrupted, does remain inert.
Can I make a Arcana check to fix the enchantment?
You'd have to take some time to recarve it, and that would be a bit of an investment, but yes.
Oh,
At least
well.
the leftover inlays are there to follow along with. You'd also have to take
As
some
an
time to
Arcana,
embody.
if I rolled a high Arcana, could I make the investment a little bit less for when I do go ahead and do it?
Yeah,
Plan out what I would have to do.
Yeah, doing basically an inspection to get that all planned and worked out. Brain just turned right the fuck off. And doing an inspection to get that all planned and worked out, go ahead and give me an Arcana check, just to basically see kind of what would be involved with this.
That's a 19.
19. Okay. So, with a 19, enchantment processes involve imbuing and imbibing intent. This usually also means use of some kind of magical artifact or power source as fuel toward the enchantment, not to mention, if it's based on a spell, some access to that spell in, at the very least, disposable form, and at most, knowing the spell yourself. So you may have to create water to basically reinscribe the intent onto this bowl, or have a scroll with that on it to use as a baseline for the renewed inscription. And you'd have to use likely something of at least some value as a magical foci, so to speak.
Got it. And with all that knowledge, I leave the bowl where it is because that's more effort than I want to put into a create water bowl.
Yeah, as far as some of the dust that's still left behind after the mending, you notice and kind of rub between your fingers with that Arcana check. Well, at least some kind of gemstone dust with a sort of light, aqua-like coloration. If you had proficiency...
Possibly the old power source.
Yeah, or at least whatever gem was used as a focus. With knowledge of either jeweler's tools or basically just an intelligence check for geography, you may be able to grasp or glean...
Mira
not
would
geography,
look at the
nature.
bowl.
Grasp or glean what stone that would have been.
Mira says that's useful.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you guys want to take the bowl, you absolutely can. Now, of course, there's still a number of sealed cabinets. There's a broken table and a couple of broken chairs in here. Excuse me. What exactly do you guys kind of want to look around for in particular?
I'm not looking for anything in particular. I'm browsing.
Fair enough. In which case, then, just as a passive browsing thing, I would say, give me a general investigation.
Bowl caught my eye. It was too expensive. That's a 6 plus 4. That's a soft 10.
Soft 10. The bowl, the only major thing of note, which again, likely just part and parcel with keeping this place clean. You can also see, even still part of it, actually kind of around a lot of the foodstuffs and spices, there's some crystals that seem to be ambiently kind of occasionally flashing. Still off and on. Their runes still active, and you don't even need to roll to know that it's the very same magical work that you're doing right against your own face right now. They're prestidigitation crystals.
Huh. And V and Amir are looking especially for any magic items or secret levers.
Magic items or secret levers in the kitchen. Fantastic. Go ahead and give me an investigation check for one or both of them, or one can get advantage with help from the other.
If you have proficiency but not expertise, I can give you expertise. Remember that. I hate that it's so specific. 20 plus 13.
Nat 20 plus 13 for Amira. Okay, for that investigation. Fantastic. Looking around and kind of looking through the cabinets and what have you, it seems like, especially with the way this kitchen was built, access to fresh materials was not strictly necessary and available. And with so many dried goods, you know, spices probably wouldn't be a bad thing to have here. And so finding a Heward's handy spice pack buried in one of the cabinets is almost unsurprising.
That's hardly magical or secret.
Well, it is a magic item that will magically produce spices of a kind that you designate.
Oh, okay.
And they will expire after a time, but not too fast for you to be able to eat and taste. Heward's handy spice pouch. Blah, either way.
Mm-hmm.
And just as well, against a lot of the now defunct thrown and destroyed tables, you find under and shoving aside a number of collapsed pots and rugs, the leftover burned out remains of a very, very quickly drawn teleportation circle. Likely done for a quick exit.
Ooh. Someone write this down. We might recreate it at some point and figure out what happened. Hastily drawn teleportation circle, recreated later.
Which again, the fact that it's still there, teleportation circles are usually done in chalk and usually expire. This was burned into the wooden floor, which may speak of a number of things. Could just speak of the fact that maybe they didn't have chalk and had to improvise. Those are the major things of note that you find up in the kitchen. Now, down in the belly of the turtle.
Can I look for any books or papers up here?
Books, I'd say just go ahead and give me an investigation check, actually. Sorry. Neglected you there.
19 total.
19 total. Mostly among the pile of tilted over and thrown stuff, you do find, actually, a recipe book for a couple of basically dried foods, road snacks, and then a couple of personally, hastily written notes for basically making like a sort of a battle biscuit porridge, which basically looks like it's a nutshell of taking a sea biscuit, crumbling that to dust, mixing liquor with it, and along with a number of other pungent spices and a shitload of honey to make something sweet, serviceable, and smelly enough to avoid the scent of what these fucking people were riding on. But yeah, it's someone's personal notes of like, I would rather not keep eating this goddamn brick every day. And there's a number of additional recipes adjacent to that same idea, including crushing these down and using them to fry some things, basically as breading.
I'll take it.
Absolutely.
They were eating brick?
I mean, in the cabinets, you do recover some of these. They are sea biscuits, which, for a note of what those are, it's basically a very, very, very heavily dehydrated bread biscuit that's made for longevity. These things can actually last years. But as such, like, they are very, very fucking hard and very goddamn hard to bite into. Typically,
I think it was a joke because my name's Brick.
Ah, well, I didn't catch on to that. I apologize.
Brick was capitalized.
All right. Those were the major things of note to find in the kitchen. Now, down in the belly of the dragon turtle, where Bruce and Angel seem to be headed?
Violet.
Sorry, Violet. Yes, I recall.
Do we need to quit? What's going on, Megan?
Yeah, fine. Violet's going to.
Bruce is just going. Oh, sorry.
Go with Bruce. Go with Bruce.
Bruce is gonna make a beeline towards wherever the smell is.
Okay. Venturing down into the belly of the, quite literally into the belly of the beast, down into the shell of the turtle, you now get into an opened expanse where there's, of course, the naturally placed architecture of a lot of the stone bricks and everything down here to give everything solid structure, but the ceiling itself still kind of is, in some parts, the broken internal and gutted out shell of this dragon turtle. You can see sort of the elements of that bone dried and desiccated as they are, and you can see a number of different sort of research-based materials. You, however, being the scent-driven Null that you are beelining past all of this, going through door after door, and are you doing this with reckless abandon?
No, carefully, but I'm just going. There is no stop. It is go no stop, but gently.
Violet's gonna break the runes that she see that cause any type of effects following
Cool.
Bruce.
Both of you give me an investigation check. This will be a trap investigation for now while you guys are just going through door after door.
It is a natural 20 for Violet.
All right. Natural 20. Fantastic. Yeah, you do catch a number of basically enchanted traps and manage to, well, let's see. So for each of these that you find, you will also have to roll to disable them. So go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Just a 2. Cocked. Nope, that wasn't. 18.
18. Okay. Disabling this first one.
Plus 18 plus 8.
Okay, 18 plus 8. Yeah, this one seems naturally like it's a sleep spell, and given that it's next to a number of shackles and restraint devices, likely just to avoid an initial escape. And as you guys are moving through, and with that investigation check, with it being natural 20, even some of the rune gatherings that you find, they're placed in such a way that basically just anybody who's not aware of how to walk through these halls would trip them. And so you do, with that natural 20, I would say, manage to also find basically a reasonable footpath to avoid and go around a lot of these traps if you don't want to spend your time disabling each and every one. If you do, however, it'll be an Arcana check with that natural 20 for at least up to this point of trudging through this thing for about 5-10 minutes. You've passed by 5 so far.
Does it smell like there's something living? From both of us being down here? Like when the dragon was barely living, that smell of almost death.
Right. Well, you can smell that off of course, the Ichor Witch, the Aboleth escaped. That one is blatantly present. But as far as the smell of formaldehyde now getting down deeper into the belly of this thing, I'd say you've passed through about... I mean, you passed by 5 rooms already. Passing through 5 doorways. Give me a fresh perception check, since now you're a lot closer to the heaviness of the smells and everything else.
Ember, I missed you.
I know, give me a second. I'm brain trying to word. I had to go take
Okay.
that.
Okay. Let's repeat that one more time, that last part, DM. Sorry.
So now that you're further into the beast and also closer to where the
No.
water where the hole in the shell happened that the aboleth got through, and you're closer to those more putrescent smells. This will be a chance for you to get a better beat on at least different smells inside, and also, again, given that you're pregnant right now, have to deal with that pungency.
Can I find the heart? Is the heart still beating?
Of the dragon turtle? No. There's not even any reticent sound of that.
So the aboleth is what was running this thing, basically.
Yeah, based on the rune work leading up to where that cage got pulled out, which is where Bruce will eventually... We'll get to that. Right now you've gone through 5 doors, and this was the perception check roll. So, what was the total on that?
Hold on. 23.
23.
17 plus 6.
Okay. 13 plus 6, it's 19.
No, 17 plus 6.
Oh, 17 plus 6.
23.
Okay. 23. Great.
I can count.
Go ahead and give me a con save as well. Just to avoid the irksome aroma.
It's 11 plus 10, 21.
21, okay. Right now you're okay, but you can tell that this is strong, this is pungent, this is bad. Gotta focus. Puking in here is just gonna add to the mess. But yeah, with a 23 for that perception. You pick up on, of course, that renewed putrescence. You now also, you pick up on that smell of that ichor from where the aboleth was. Matter of fact, as far as smells that you would expect from even desiccated organs in this creature, the only real aroma of desiccation that you get now that you're down into the belly of this thing seems to be mostly external. Desiccated and almost mummified muscle tissues, skin and scale. This thing, as you've gone through, seems entirely bereft of organs of any kind.
Like the purple dragon.
And you've already passed by a number of different sort of research materials, lab structures, and emptied tanks with things suspended in formaldehyde and dead in their own right. As far as smelling for anything strictly alive down here,
I want to scent the wizard. But I have my strong nose right now with the way it makes me nauseous. I want to find the wizard. I want to find a distinct smell that's repeated throughout the space.
okay, tracking for the presence of someone who may have previously been here to track. Yeah. It being now a tracking Chent, what the fuck?
If that's okay with Bruce, she's going to tell Bruce, we need to try to find one scent that's different among the rest of them and pinpoint it. Just one that's from every room that goes all over the entire space.
In this case, you guys are looking for a musky aroma, something to track that a living person would exude and give off.
Okay, for the equipment. Angel said, where that smell goes is the equipment, must destroy it.
That's right, we must destroy all the equipment.
That's where he's going. He just keeps on going, like, and I must find the equipment. Doo-da, doo-da. Must kill
Okay, so
that
I'm guessing you guys are
person.
just sort of smashing laboratory materials as you go.
We're also we're cataloging it, but she's also going to take all of the the diagrams that were already previously drawn on the wall and just start putting them in bags.
Okay, so just...
And he's looking for the big machine that the aboleth was stuck in.
Yeah, so
that big thing.
Gathering
what
diagrams, scrolls,
happened to
books,
that.
notes, just whatever is paper as you go.
So he can grab. He's gonna grab the he did when he grabbed that big old container of things.
Yeah,
Just took it with
like
him.
I did last time. I grabbed the big container with the beholder and threw it against the wall.
Yeah,
I'm doing
it takes about
Either
it takes
that or
about
collecting
15,
all the
20
juice
minutes
first.
to get toward the where
I gotta get
water
some of that
now
juice,
is
too.
filtering in that tilt. Now, given that time and how little time it took the other guys to get up toward the kitchen in the tower, there would be enough time for them to start to follow after as well, if they want to take up that opportunity. Given how long in comparison each major lookout has been. Being a merit absolutely would. Was that a sneeze that stopped? Because that looked like a sneeze that stopped.
No, my insides are deciding to rage war with me at the moment.
Oh. All right.
Is everybody gonna follow?
Yeah, V and Amira already
catch
are. And it seems like Nessie is as well. Which you guys do trail after, basically looking at a number of runes that have been disabled, some trails specifically that seem to go around a number of trap runes, and of course a number of bits of equipment that have either been sundered or collected. There seems to be dust patches where things that very clearly recently were there are now absent. As ahead, these two have been gathering them. But if you guys want to hang back and do more fine-tuned investigation while they're trudging toward that area, by all means.
Also, question: can we find that smell?
Yeah. And again, this is now where we're back with you guys. You do find the source aroma of that ichor, where now you can see these sort of copper and brass pipe linings that are going toward where a tank would be. And you can see shattered glass, a shitload of Icarus sludge, mostly like halfway submerged, and it seems like bits of reinforced and protective bracing that look like they're shaped like they would have gone around that tank have been snapped off around a massive broken out exit wall in the turtle shell. Which, as a note, as Venestra collected the aboleth, she collected the tank it was in as well, and whatever remained of that sludge.
Bruce, I need you to remember that your mom needs to know about this. Hendra needs to know about this.
And then he does this, and starts going and smashing everything that remains of the equipment in the room.
Yeah, the rune
with his
structure,
hammer.
however, that goes outward from where that tank was, familiar rune work in terms of harvesting. However, there's a few key differences here. That at least Bruce would recognize with his eyes of the runekeeper. Where with the previous one, with the beholder, it was about harvesting leftover essence from something dead. This was about there's a mixture of healing and drawing and poisoning and pulling and weakening runes all over this thing, as well as binding runes. In particular, given that this was an Elder Aboleth, these are known to be very potent and powerful and dangerous creatures. So the sheer heaviness of the layered binding runes here is something that is absolutely noteworthy. And particular point of note, the binding runes are done in celestial rune work.
That's something you would tell Pendra. Considering
I will whisper that to the carrot. Yeah.
Otherwise, there's a number of posters and diagrams that are also partway submerged and may be heavily water damaged at this point.
Violet's going to try to sniff around for that musk.
Okay, cool. I'd say one or both of you can go ahead and give me a musk tracking check with a perception roll.
What are we rolling for? Sorry?
Perception for musk. Keen scent. Keen.
Yeah. Tracking for
got
a
a
mortal with a musky aroma.
19 plus 6.
19 plus 3.
All right, 25, and how much for Bruce?
23.
23.
That's what she said.
Oh, that would make a natural 20 for Bruce, because he has a +3 to his perception. Okay. So Bruce with a natural 20 and Violet with a 25. You guys actually end up leaving the hall. Leaving this main chamber where all of the ichor is, and you actually have to start backtracking a little bit. Going through a number of the side rooms that you kind of trudged through very quickly, and you find a number of hastily scribbled research notes half-eaten fucking sea biscuits that now seem to have soaked up this putrid smell like a goddamn sponge. And some of the pass-through on some of these places gets a little more hasty. You can see hastily pulled and torn notes, things that were gathered up with rapid and vibrant quickness, and that musk starts to quickly transition, almost like a failed, it starts to transition to, you know how potent stress sweat can smell. It is the stinkiest kind of sweat a body can produce. But with that, there comes a distinct and strong scent of decay in that aroma.
Living death.
Rot.
Rot is living death.
Oh, yeah. There's a rotted smell, and then there is also this distinct smell of that sort of same pustule putrescent mutation that Bruce in particular, since you fought Trenton Howler when he went into his Herald of Darkness form, you recognize that sort of mutated smell. It doesn't reek of Trenton specifically, but that aroma, that particular shift in aroma that came from that mutation is exuding off of this smell as you continue to track back.
Bruce was not there for that. Piper was.
Well, okay.
That was before Bruce.
Would Piper have made a prestidigitation to give Bruce recognition of that smell?
At some point during the 2-year period, probably.
There we go. Okay.
Violet as well.
That way the description stays canon. All right. And you get the distinct smell of that mutation. You don't catch the aroma that you were shared with that definitely had that musk of Trenton on it. It's a different smell, if only slightly. And as... let's see, you both got the DC to gather this. There's a slight smell, because, oddly enough, the two of you with the potent enough noses that you've had, have gathered that in some cases familial smell can translate through sweat. Really, people that are related to each other, even if in the slightest degree. And there's the faintest aroma in that mutation that smells like Ben.
His mother. Is it female or male?
The musk doesn't have that punchy scent that could usually come from masculine targets.
So either a mother, a sister,
or a very feminine male.
or very feminine.
You didn't have a sister.
Oh, I didn't know.
Again, to Ben's knowledge, his mother's been dead a long time, and his father had a lot to do with that.
With Violet being from the Abyss and eating people for a long time, and when you eat a familial, it tastes similar. Taking in that scent, that full body scent.
Do you lizard tongue the smell? Like,
yeah, she's gonna do the thing. Yeah, she's gonna do the stupid thing that,
Sure, fuck it. Give me a lizard tongue perception check.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna smell things with my tongue.
I'm gonna smell things with my tongue. Considering I am pregnant, that is
It tastes like eggs. Oh no.
That is a natural 20 with that one.
Okay.
I need to know if it's older than Ben or younger than Ben.
Yeah. So, yeah, to some degree, scent of the aroma of sweat will change over time as people get older. This is just genetic degradation and how that works. And this would be about the time where Neseo, Avery, and Vanestra and Amira catch up to catch you right in the moment where you're sticking your tongue out and tasting the air. Like trying to catch a disgusting rotted snowflake on your goddamn tongue.
So what do I gather?
There is an essence of age to it. Not quite like a fine wine and more like a vinegar.
Ooh. Ooh, that's a lovely description. Yeah.
You gotta take wine a few steps too far to get to
Violet
vinegar.
still has the map, doesn't she?
She does.
And she has Ben's blood on the map.
Yeah.
She made Ben put it blood on the map.
Which, actually, point of note, as you get to the strongest place where that smell is, you taste... Given that you're an amethyst dragon,
It's super.
with sensitivity to this, or amethyst dragon adjacent at least, with sensitivity to this, you taste the leftovers of magic, of spell work, right where it's strongest. And strongest usually means most recent.
Where am I standing?
You are standing right in front of a dresser, particularly with the mirror and everything else. What appears to be a makeup stand.
Do I know that there are spells that can... Okay, hold on. Let me roll. I don't know. I don't know if she would. Let me see.
Do you know if there are spells that can what? And I will prompt the roll.
Okay. If you can hide in mirrors. There are spells that are where you can hide in objects. Violet might have knowledge of it, that's why I'm asking.
Well, roll me an Arcana check.
Can I also smell to see if I can smell them on any of the objects? Like, strong
Their
or-
aroma permeates, especially all over this cabinet, as if it was a frequent stop, particularly for some very strong perfumes. Like almost gag-inducingly strong. I need you
is
to
a
make me
natural
another
20.
con save, Miss Prick.
Yeah, okay, hold on.
These are musk aromas and musk scents.
It's still a natural
And
20. Those are 2 in
pheromones.
a row. Is it 2 in a row?
2 in a row.
2 in a row today.
Yeah. You immediately feel that, like, sinus choking sensation as you get up to it with how strong some of these are, but you're able to keep yourself together. Some of these are absurdly potent. As if they were extracts that were barely diluted at all and made into perfumes. And what was the Arcana total?
The Arcana total would have been a 28.
28.
It's as high as I can get, so...
In some Fey circles, specifically, there are rituals and abstract magics that can allow for passage into and use of mirrors as travel means and illusions and traps, for Fey especially. For normal human practitioners, not typically. It's not typically a format of magic that...
Well, we don't know
one
what
has
Ben's
access
mom
to in
is.
normal sense. True. And certain types of undead do kind of bend the rules into Fey-ishness sometimes, depending on the nature of their undead curse.
She's gonna take every single thing in and put it in the bag and see if something comes out of the bag. And that it's a bag of holding, DM.
Okay. As you start to, I'm assuming, pull out drawers and shit and basically gather up every little thing you can.
She's just gonna take the drawer and put it in the bag.
Yeah.
And shut it in the bag for a minute.
Okay. As you dump the drawer in and are basically just throwing shit in, you grab an ink file, which dumps out partway as you're trying to shove it in, and it slumps out and starts to crawl up your arm. Does an 11 hit you?
No.
All right, this is an ink ooze.
I'm gonna put it in a jar.
And you can feel it starting to burn into your scales a little bit, and you just slink it back into a jar.
I'll feed you later. Puts her in the jar.
As it's just ting, ting, ting.
I'll put it in the. I'll feed you later. Put it in the bag.
It's angry, it's pissy, it's old. And again,
Is
you
there
guys
any-
are caught up at this point. You see her shove that ink slime back into the jar and shove it into the bag.
What do I see as I put everything from this room into the bag and I hold the bag shut for a whole minute?
Everything into the room, including the entire makeup cabinet. Do you try and get the entirety of the furniture in there?
Uh-huh.
Behind the cabinet. You see a small crawl space doorway.
I know his mother's name. I know his mother's name.
Yes, you do.
Violet and Angel know their mother's name. So does
So-
Bruce. Bruce knows it too.
So found anything, Violet? Bruce? I don't know if anybody read that yet. Sorry.
Bruce. She looks over at Bruce. Bruce, what is Ben's mother's name? What is Ben's mother's name?
You see in real time, error 404, cross a doggo's eyes. Player don't know, and dog is
Honestly,
like,
in a stressful situation, suddenly forgetting an important piece of information is very realistic.
DM, can I roll a history check and you give me the Ben's mother's
I'll have to
name?
go digging through some
her,
notes.
'cause we have his name. We have her name.
I'll have to go digging through some notes. You may find it faster than I do, given that you're more organized.
I know it begins with a J.
if it's something as simple as Janet, I'm
We're gonna be
allowed.
so pissed off.
Jace.
Super Planet Janet, she's a galaxy girl. That's where I was going with it.
God damn it.
Her eyes are emerald green, like Ben's. She wasn't named after a flower.
I'll give you a hint. Jack and Who went up the hill to fetch a pail of water.
Her name was
Jill. That was a straight giveaway.
Fucking shitting me.
Bob, yes, absolutely. Jack and Bob.
I'm going to call her full name. I'm going to call Ben's last name and her name in first.
Bob came tumbling after.
It's her. I believe his name is Kako, and
Yeah,
it's such a
C-A-C-O,
weird
Kako.
name. Joe Kako.
I mean, nothing answers, but I call it out against this
Bob,
little
it
crawl
is-
space door.
Bob and his good friend Knob.
It's a crawl space, right?
Yes, it is. Which for you would be a normal sized door. You short bitch.
Violet. That's short. That's short. It's short as fuck.
To be fair,
Oh, wait,
Bob
that's
and
Angel,
Nub were
excuse me,
literally
sorry.
joined at the neck.
I'm technically Violet is only twice the size of Angel, so she could squeeze herself through the door.
Could. You're also very broad, especially in doggo form, so.
She's not in doggo form.
Amira, rise up!
Look, can Bruce is gonna look at Amira. Can you fit? Just looks at the door, looks at the.
Looks over at Avery. You can fit.
Wait, I'm not with y'all.
Yes, you are now.
Yeah, you guys have caught up?
Wait, what?
You caught out with us.
Oh, okay. I must have fallen behind
So could be
mentally.
if she shrinks.
I thought we were still upstairs in the kitchen.
No, you guys caught up. There wasn't really much else to
can't
find in there.
shrink.
Awesome.
I can't shrink, so somebody go with her. Points at Violet. He can't go through the door.
Violet is actually
Wait,
gonna
so,
take out a shrinking potion because she does have one in her
Yeah,
bag.
repeat what you asked of Avery now that I know that he can hear you.
Violet is going to take out a pocket. What is it called? What's this spell called? I know what the spell's called. I know I have a vial of it in my
Shrink and
bag.
enlarge?
Yes, I'm gonna shrink down.
Enlarge,
I'm too
reduce.
tired. Enlarge, reduce.
I'm pretty sure it was pretty straightforward.
Also,
Something
potions
like
of
that.
enlarge, reduce. They were
Shrink and
very,
enlarge.
very Alice in Wonderland.
Enlarge, reduce, yeah. Something like that.
I know. I have several of them. That's what Violet has. So she's gonna take a drink of the reduced one. Just gonna. I'm going down.
Okay, so
Amira
it's
sells a
entirely
lot of
canon that
those.
anyone who drinks a potion of enlarge, reduce gets the Mario just took damage sound effect.
Oh my god.
Wait, no, that's the going down a pipe. What was? I can't even picture it. I can picture. I can.
Now I have to look it up. Now I have to
I
look
can
it up.
hear the power up sound effect.
Ugh. Don't tell me I'm starting to get sick. I'm gonna be pissed. Go to a damn birthday party and I get sick.
I mean, it's going
Fuck
into the
it.
petri dish, so.
I'm kept away from the kids for a reason. I watched the kids from afar, make sure nobody fell out of a trampoline.
Yeah.
Oh my
Boo,
god.
boo, boo.
Is it the same sound as going down a pipe?
Finestra's. Finestra posted it. I know, but the pipe is a different one. It's whoop whoop whoop. I think something like that.
Yep,
I don't know. My head hurts. Oh.
just with more 8-bit chirps.
Ah, there's a brown, versus a pew, pew, pew. Got it. Thank you, Vanestra.
Yeah. After you drink that, you look down at the bottles and notice that they are distinctively Nintendo branded.
Dang it. Don't do that.
Somehow that company persists even into this fucked up world.
Well, considering they started as a sex company, let's
Yep,
just,
they
let's
started with
just,
nudie cards, and you know what? World went through an apocalypse. Let's just get back to sex, everybody. Nobody knows what a Pokemon is, especially with these magical creatures running around.
So, Angel's gonna walk through the door. Like, not Angel, Violet's gonna walk through the door. Sweet Jesus. Angel's back and
Okay.
have baby.
Well,
I'm
it's time
ass-
to mention it while they're actively taking down small studios.
Violet is going to walk through Andor with Amira and Avery.
Cool. Is one of those enlarge reduce potion? Do you want to offer one of those to Xanon? I mean, he's
Do
right
I
there.
want everyone to stand?
I can
Amira's
squeeze.
here to... Oh, sorry.
He can what?
You said squeeze.
Yeah, I'll squeeze.
It's a short
Okay,
girl.
squeeze. That'll involve an acrobatics check.
Amira's going to join, as is a rare short B. Bruce is going to look at himself, look at the door, and go, I'm going to get out of here.
I'm gonna guard the door.
I'm going to go.
I need to know, is Bruce's voice inspired after that one TikTok skit
It's a mix
girl?
between... No, it's a mix between Batman and Scooby.
Okay. I picture
is
like
Batman
you know that
Scooby-Doo.
one like TikToker, I think it's like I'm
hence
Chris
the
or
name
something like
Bruce
that.
Wayne.
Does like the
Protect the
kids
door from
and
the
the-
postman? Yes, essentially is what Bruce is doing right now. He's like, I don't fit, and I'm not allowed to take those kind of poses.
And DM, can we proceed to sneak into this hole?
Yes. Sneak in the hole.
Sneak.
That's what he said. Yes.
Okay.
By the way,
No, that is not what he said.
What she said.
Vanestra, you
I
made no
said.
mention of putting the genie back in the bottle, so to speak, or back in the ring.
He's following.
this
Is the genie
this is
This
what I
is
over there
fascinating.
watching
It smells like garbage in here.
Shut up. Shut up.
Amber in memes is what I keep picturing when you do that voice.
Kill him. Shut up.
Oh, she did invite him, right? Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
look at all of you
Yeah,
trying
no.
to squeeze into a tight hole. Nobody laughed. That's a shame.
My wife wouldn't do that. Bruce literally just says, I told my wife not to do that, so I'm staying here.
Well,
Call
I'll
me
take up
Chris,
the rear.
That's what her name was.
I'm going to race after the smell. That's what Violet's going to do with
Okay.
this sneak.
so Yeah, pretty much. As everybody
And she's
goes
gonna
into
use
this
her
crawl
wings to float.
space, given the physiology of the dragon turtle, let alone where you are positioned in its body toward the edge of the shell, you don't expect it to go as far as it does, but you guys are very used to extra-dimensional spaces, and this is... You know that scene of Coraline crawling through the secret door?
Yeah. Yeah.
There
I'm
were a
terrified
lot of
of it.
scenes
Yes.
in Coraline.
I'm terrified of that scene. I know exactly what you're talking about. I hate that scene.
Yeah,
Horrible
this
scene.
is essentially exactly what's happening.
It's
Even
the
to the
crawl
point
space.
of as you're crawling through this, it starts to become more elastic, I should say.
Oh God, no!
She's gonna float through it, just because.
To the point where as you're walking through, there's an almost leathery texture to it, with an almost bristle-like feeling.
Oh.
For those who aren't quite grasping it, only a nature check.
Oh no. But I know exactly what this is.
yeah.
I know what this is. I know what this is.
No.
The cloaca?
Oh, it's a natural 20. That is,
Do
Violet's gonna have a natural
do
one,
boys
too.
have a cloaca too?
Got a 19
You
time.
guys are crawling through an intestine. A dried and desiccated, yet intact intestine.
Yep, those are cilia.
Does anyone even get that reference?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all are going to a cloaca, guys. Glad I'm not headed that way.
You notice that there are scratches. Patterned, heavy, deep gashed scratches along it, which, for those of you familiar with the spell Demiplane, recognize that rune work immediately.
Yeah, Violet.
I'm gonna go take some cold flu medicine before I get sick.
I'm imagining
Violet
Bruce is outside of the door, so we're good.
Violet is just gonna, she's getting through the space. She's Ben hasn't seen his mom in years, so...
As you guys continue to climb through, you feel a distinct shift in the temperature of the air. As you realize some of the rune work is similar to Demiplane, yes. There's also rune work similar to Plane Shift. And some rune work still that's unfamiliar entirely, yet is built around moving to somewhere else. The air shifts, grows stale. There's a cold that reaches into your bones, but doesn't quite scream of weather.
I can
The
barely
target-
hear you, Joe.
Sorry,
You're so far from the
but
mic.
doesn't
I can hear him just fine.
but doesn't quite scream of weather. And the target, you realize, is the unfamiliar part of the plane shift. A plane that none of you reasonably have gone to for any good fucking reason, because there's no good fucking reason to go to the Shadowfell. And that's where we're going to end the session.
I did go to the Shadowfell.
Did Violet?
Yep.
Okay.
You don't remember that? It was like a 5-minute section.
This is gonna suck. I have no cold and flu medicine.
Uh-oh.
God,
Oh, great,
I hadn't
Joe.
seen Monster House in forever, and I just looked at GIFs of it. It's exactly as creepy as I remember.
Yeah. Creepy in a fucking delightful way, though.
Right. Night, guys.
Well, hold on. What do we want to name the session? And who the fuck do we want to read?
You
Excuse
read
me.
whoever you want.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Is
see.
Ruthie
Let me
live?
see. No.
Oh.
Gone.
And what do we want
She
to
had
name the
enough.
session?
Well, I've only got 2 other people live. One only speaks Japanese, so.
Okay.
The other one is Freylorn. I don't know if y'all know
And this migraine has kept going all session, and Naj joined the party about half an hour ago, so I'm going to point a fan at myself after I find a raid target, and I'm going to call it there.
That's what it sounds like, Venestra.
So we're going to the
unless
Shadowfell?
that's what I heard.
Alright, let's, Ooh! Okay, Cobalt Sprig is doing 4E1 shot. We'll go Cobalt Sprig. Looks like they're about to end. I wouldn't be shocked if they were, because it's apparently been going for 7 hours.
Wow.
We're gonna raid them nonetheless.
I'm gonna go ahead and go because I might as well get started on sleeping because if I don't, I'm probably gonna wake up feeling shitty. 'Cause I don't have any medicine.
And again, what do we want to name the session?
Stacy's mom.
James, I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge you, chat. We were in RP. Fuck.
My brain just went.
What
Stacy's mom's got
name is gonna have